All right. What's going on? Happy Saturday to everybody. Hopefully, everybody is doing well. You know how the weather is. It's been crazy. I don't even know what to say, man. I didn't expect the weather to be what the weather was. We got hit with the 1-2 on the East Coast, especially in the New York area. It's crazy because we just had a tropical storm that came through, lasted about 3 or 4 days. We got a little sunshine, and then they said more rain is coming. Okay, no big deal. More rain. It is what it is. They didn't say it was going to be like storm type rain where we were going to get mass flooding. If anything, I actually think, well, it's probably a combination of the two, but I think this little storm that has been here for the past 2 days or so had did a lot more damage than the one that was here like 4 days. But it could be also in certain areas, especially underground. Maybe there was a buildup of water that hadn't, dissipated from that time. And so that on top with this, like just kept building it up. And that's why the flooding just got crazy. But it was wild. But hopefully everybody is healthy and safe. Hopefully nobody had any issues. If you're a homeowner in the East Coast and the New York area, no mass flooding in your basements and stuff, because we've been through a lot of that in the past with Hurricane Sandy and stuff, wild stuff. So, like I said, I hope everybody's good. Good to see you guys as always. Happy Saturday. Got the morning cup of Joe or Joanne, however you want to call it. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Got the festive. That's the festive flavor right there. That's that pumpkin spice. You gotta have that. It's the time. You know me. I'm a foofy, but coffee drinker. Like pinky up. Anyway, hope everybody's doing good once again. So shout out to the chat. Thank you guys for always rocking and being here. Appreciate y'all. We are live streaming today on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Twitch. So thank you to whoever you are, wherever you are, supporting the show. Good morning to my guy, Walter Blackman. Salute to you, my brother. Always a pleasure. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Okay, cool. Appreciate you, Walter. Oh, I hope your work day goes quick. And this helps the day go along a little bit. Appreciate you. My guy Double A is in the building. What up, Double A? Salute to you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. He says, yes, it's Saturday, which means time for another dope episode of SKF with our host, Ron, the Don of the Knicks chat. Salute. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you. Thank you for those kind words. Hey, who's this guy? Still Knick fans? Oh, wait, that's me. D's World of Hoops is in the building. What's going on, D? Appreciate you as always. He says, peace, prosperity to the chat, peace to the Hoop family, and peace to SKF. Appreciate you, my brother. Good show the other day. I was watching. I was trying to do some work and I was coming in and out. And yeah, man, the conversation was good. I wish I could have chimed in a little bit more in the chat, but like I said, I was trying to do two things at the same time, and I don't want to get too far behind. But definitely dope stuff. Sean Kearns is in the building. Sean, what's good? How you been, brother? I'm kind of feeling like I haven't seen you most recently because I also look for maybe you have been, but I also look for the avatar to see if I've seen that recently. So if you haven't been around recently, I hope you're doing well. Everybody's good on your end. Good to see you. Kevin Middleton is in the building. Salute. Um, mm, interesting. Trading Jrue Holiday and Grayson Allen for a Dame is not an upgrade. Okay. All right. My guy called Mega NYK in the building. Salute. What's good, my brother? Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Julian Blum is in the building. Salute. What's good, bro? Let's see. We got Dwayne Dennis in the building. He says, happy Saturday, Ron and chat. I hope no one had any major issues yesterday with the tumultuous weather we had yesterday. Yeah, I don't know. It was crazy, bro. I didn't even know it was that bad because yesterday I actually worked from home. So until people started putting up videos and I heard people talking about it, I was like, oh, I know my son had class and eventually, like at 1 o'clock, they had canceled classes. the travel was just crazy. So makes sense. Louisiana Knicks is in the building. Salute. What's good, brother? Hope you're doing well. Everything good on your end. Sincere the Genius is in the building. Salute. What's good, bro? My guy Dunris Gallman is here. Salute. What's good? What's good? Let me see. Kerry Cox is in the building. What's going on, Kerry? Hope you're doing well, as always. Hey, there he is. Paris Dugga. What's good, my guy? Hope you're doing well, brother, on this fine Saturday. You know, any day we wake up and be able to grace the world with our presence is a beautiful thing. So good to see you, bro. All right. Let's see. Oh, one more. Let me building blocks. What's good, my brother? Hope you're doing well. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's a good point because the area is already compromised. It's right. And you know, the crazy thing is years ago we did, well, not we. New York did a lot in regards to cleaning up and repairing some of the infrastructure with the trains and stuff like that that Hurricane Sandy had messed up. And so thankfully some of that was done because if that wasn't done, oh man, you know how bad it would be right now? Mm-mm. Because that was crazy. All right. That's wild, Carrie. Wow. So, like, you know, I could imagine. I mean, he said it took his bruh 5.5 hours to travel from Brooklyn to Queens. That's nuts. That is crazy. You know, I was talking about this yesterday for a little bit. It's kind of like nothing has really changed. We've always experienced this type of stuff. The difference is it usually comes in the form of a snowstorm. But since these temperatures and we're dealing with like winter is doesn't even it obviously we go through winter and it's cold, but it's you guys know growing up, this ain't the type of winters we had in the past. Like winter was crazy, brutal, frigid. If we were getting that type of temperatures and weather, you know, a lot of these storms that come through at different times, but it's usually like snowstorms. We're not getting a lot of this water, these rainstorms, because the temperature is just not cold enough. It's very different. It's very different. Not saying that we should be experiencing snowstorms right now, but you guys know when in the heat, the height of us growing up, snow was happening. It could happen anytime. You never knew. We had snow coming early before, like in November. We had snow late in April. Yeah, it don't matter. And things have changed a lot. Um, what's Kerry say? It's our politicians ignoring our infrastructure and stealing our tax money. Well, I can't argue with you there. Hey, you know what I mean? I'm with you. Carrie, and unless like next week they contact me and say, Ron, listen, we want to give you the key to the city. I know Diddy got it, but it's your turn. Then I might have to switch sides. I'm just saying. I mean, I wouldn't really do that, you know, or would I? No, no, I wouldn't. Speaking of Diddy, he's in the news, huh? Yeah, whatever. I don't care. It's like 30 years after the fact, people want to start talking a whole bunch of stuff, and I was like, whatever. Okay. Anyway, um, Almighty Finesse is in the building. Salute. What's good, brother? Hope you're doing well. Okay, so he says, yes, let's go get Jrue for RJ and Fournier and picks. Mm. Mm. Yep, I know, Dwayne. Yeah, Dwayne says snowstorms in the 70s was no joke and frequent. I know. I know. I mean, I was a young pup during that time, but yeah, I remember. Even in the 80s, it's crazy. We had fun in those times, but Almighty Finesse says the defense will be crazy with Jrue, DiVincenzo, Grimes, Hart, and Mitch. It's not a lie. Not a lie. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely it's an interesting thought. It's an interesting thought. We gotta see. We gotta see what happens. Ah, okay. The alternate side of thinking. Double A says, no, no, no. We need our assets for a need wing over 6'5". Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Okay. That's what it's about, man. That's why I like the differences of opinions, the different ideas. This is what this is all about, man. To see, how this makes sense for us. What's the best way to go about looking at it? Yeah, thank you, D. He said, make sure everyone hitting that like button. It is free. I appreciate you, D. And thank you guys. If y'all can listen to D, please hit that like button. Show your love and support for the show. Kevin Middleton once again says RJ is like our fourth tallest player on the team, and y'all still want to keep Quickly, who will walk for free. Hmm? There could be some truth there. Although, who knows? In the end, when it comes down to who has the better career, Quickly keeps making steps and changes things around from what he experienced last year. He could definitely wind up being the better player. We never know. Never know. Lennox Road Poe in the building. Salute. What's good, my guy? Looking very dapper in that picture, by the way. Uh Mitch, the one that needs to go. Ooh, okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Sean Curran says, if the Knicks pull the trigger on Jrue, would Donovan would still be a future target? I think so. I think so. Now the only issue is, would the Knicks have enough to get Donovan, depending on if they got Jrue and what they gave up? That's the question. But would he still be on their radar? Yes. Um, but it also depends, because my whole thing is I gotta check again, because sometimes the waters get a little muddy. Donovan's under contract this season, but is his opt out after this season and he can be a free agent next season, going into next season? I don't think so. I think it might be one more year, but I could be wrong. Because if he plays this season and then he can opt out, of course the Knicks can go get him. I mean, they would have to figure out a way to get free up some money. That would require, like, Julius would probably have to do his opt out thing, which he probably will. Um, I don't know though. I don't know. That's a whole nother ball of wax. But yes, I do think Donovan would still be on their radar. I just don't know if they had to trade for him, if they could do it, but if they could sign him as a free agent. But I still think that Donovan, it's not. I just feel like it's another year after this. I think his opt out is coming, but I feel like he's gonna still be a Cav next season. Not this season, the next one. I just can't remember. Well, we'll probably check that out. Um. Well, I mean, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I Carrie says spiders on the way. I mean, maybe. Yeah, I saw that, D. I know. I saw that. That's let me do think. I mean, I always forget. Thanks to Aj once again for always keeping me on this. D says that's why I have IQ in my trade scenario. LOL. Make sure I read that for the people who may not be able to see it. So, um, okay. Hmm. Freeman 48 is in the building. Good morning to you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you as always. All right, so let's do this. Paris says, I'm keeping RJ over Randall, but one of those salaries got to go. Hmm. There may be some truth to that. So let me just put this link in the chat, so it's done, and I've taken care of that. Um, Let's see. What is his Double A says Zion weighs 265 now. I wanted him and Trey Murphy for Randall. Quick Fournier and 2 picks. We get rid of Mitch, who plays defense. Only way to get a Kessler or a Miles Turner. We can think of just offense. Yeah, I don't know. That's there's so much, so much time passes by that you come up with different scenarios and you think about how this can work, and then as more time passes by, then your frame of reference changes, your thought process changes, then you're like, I don't know, now what am I thinking? Like maybe they should do this, or it's tough. It's tough because I was high on the Zion thing a long time ago too, but like more time has passed, and then I'm like, I don't know, you know what I mean? Shout out to JJ in the building. Appreciate you, my brother. I hope you're doing well. He says, salute. Ron, happy Saturday, brother. I'm ready to watch USC versus Colorado. Can I give you guys? Oh, wait, I think I already did. No, I did. So I'm not going to give you my take on Colorado again. Yeah, I like what they're doing over there now. I was a little skeptical of it because I don't like the whole bandwagon stuff, but because of how everything's been moving and how people they've been treated, and it's ridiculous. It's like everything's overblown, and it's just dumb. So yeah, I'm hoping that they can rebound. I know Colorado technically is not that great of a team overall, but they got some really good talent, good players over there. They just got to keep building. And I really think that next year, after the success that they've had this year, knowing that, they've got a couple holes on their offensive line and on their defensive line, I think next year the recruiting, from a recruiting standpoint, I think things are going to get crazy over there in Colorado. They're going to have a squad. It's going to be a squizzy. Now, the only thing is, will they be able to hold on to like Shedeur Sanders and some of these other guys that they got that are talented? Will they wait one more year? Who knows? Maybe they just get other guys that are good enough to replace them. I don't know. But yeah, I think next year that they might be a squad that can run through because they'll have more recruits. But we'll see. Cam from the Kickback is in the building. He says, salute Ron, SKF fam chat. What's good? What's the good word, brother? We getting Jrue, or we just getting ready for the season as is? That is the question. Not only are we getting Jrue, but do we want Jrue? You know what I mean? How does that impact the team going forward? Like how what's the benefits? What's the pros and the cons of it? And how does it work with our current setup with who we got on the team? Does he fit our timeline? Is he a Tibbs guy? Maybe that's an obvious question, but you know what I mean? Stuff like that. All right, so let's do this. Let me hit the intro and we'll come back and chop it up. We got some people waiting. Should be a very good conversation. So yeah, we'll be right back. Yes. All right. Let's bring some people up here and get this thing cracking. All right. Welcome, Double A, to the stage. What's going on, Double A? Appreciate you, my brother.
Ryan, how are you today, brother?
I am great. Are we
new
rocking
mic.
with the new mic?
I hope I am coming through a little bit better, man. I heard myself the last time. I'm like, man, it sounds like Woody Woodpecker, man. What's up with that?
No, you sound fine, bro. You sound fine. I think the mic is okay. The only thing is, are you hearing anything like
Oh yeah. I'm no feedback or anything.
Okay,
no,
cool.
No,
All right.
no,
All right.
no.
Cool. All right. So I think we're cooking. All right, hold on. Let me get my other guy in here.
Yo.
D, what's good, my brother?
Yo. Double A, good to see you.
I'm in heaven. Two of my top favorites, Don the Don, and your Grandmaster. It's complete, brother. It's complete.
Appreciate that, bro. Good to see you up here, man.
Good to see you.
Yeah, definitely.
The only thing is that light is right, like
Covering
if
my
you, I don't
face.
know.
That's planned. That's planned.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, yeah. You a
I'll
star,
work on
man.
it. I'll work on it. Is that a little better,
Yeah.
or it's still?
It's still kind of muting you out a little bit. You know, it's tough. I go through that sometimes when I jump on people's shows, and when I'm in my kitchen, I got the same type of light setup. That light be right
How
there.
about that?
Much
I'm a
better.
little dark. But
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
good,
much
huh?
better because you don't even need the light. It's bright enough. We can see you perfectly.
Yeah, yeah, because
And
you got
you
the
get-
light coming in for the window behind you, so you good.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, you straight.
And you guys can hear me fine.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
sir. All right, we good to go. We cooking. Oh wait, there was something I saw. Oh, Alex Scalavino, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Salute to you. Smash that like button on your way in. Smash that like button on your way out. Thank you guys for supporting the show. And let's get it going. So I just want to tackle the Jrue stuff first because I know everybody's talking about Jrue, and I really want to get to other things because I know there's been so many really good conversations about Jrue, so I don't want to I've listened to so many good things about it. Like I don't want to continue to belabor the point, but it is what it is. What's your thoughts, guys? Let me start with Double A because I know D did a show about it. He was getting into trade scenarios and started how it could work. So I know he has a lot to say on the issue. So Double A, what's your thoughts on Jrue Holiday? Jrue the Damager, as I like to say. Do you think he fits with the Knicks? Should they go after him first?
He fits, no doubt about it. Anybody can play defense fits on our team right now. We can use all the help we can get. But I'm saying is should we? Is it worth it? Is he going to take us to the next step where we want to go? Is he going to be a big difference maker? Is he that much of an upgrade over Grimes that he's worth $35 million? And then plus, this is a couple of year contract D. Is it more than 1 year? He left on the books for him.
This year he on the books. Next year he has the player option.
Okay. I don't know, man.
Okay.
And now with Milwaukee getting Dame, I mean, I don't know. Is it worth it? Are we even, is the path we're taking, which is not the path I would take, going to get us the chip? And I don't think so. I don't think Jrue Holiday gets us the chip. Well, so I don't think we should do it.
Is he a piece to getting there?
Yes, he can be a piece. Absolutely. But we would need more than that move, D. You know what I'm saying? We add him to the roster this year. He's gonna be, but he's gonna probably take Grimes' spot in the lineup. So we lose that Grimes defense. So it's not like we're really adding. You know what I mean? Where if we got a small forward that was a great defender and we added him to Grimes, a shooting guard, then we'd be moving up. But I just see it as a lateral move, especially if we have to give up like Grimes or take Grimes out of the starting lineup.
Well, but we have a fear that Dante DiVincenzo might be a threat for that as well.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna let D talk about it because, like I said, he did a show about it and he brought up. But in D's scenario, Grimes wasn't in the trade. So I mean, yes, Grimes, but obviously, he's going to the bench. If you bring Jrue Holiday in here, I think that's a kind of no brainer. But there is a way to keep Grimes in D's scenario. So anyway, do you want to talk about what you were thinking about the whole thing? If Jrue's a fit and how we can make it work?
Yeah, I'll summarize because if you guys could go ahead and check out the show from yesterday, I actually broke down stats, things that I worried about. I try to think about it from all different angles and then come with a conclusion. But I'll summarize it. So make sure you guys peek that out. I think that certain things that he brings to the table are things that could be extremely beneficial for Jalen Brunson, where Jalen doesn't have to worry about initiating the offense as much. they could actually run pin down and curl sets for Jalen and get him off the move with Jrue initiating the offense. You know, Grimes is, I think him and DiVincenzo are the best on-ball defenders on this team by far. With Jrue in there, you add a different one. So now you have multiple wing defenders now in a wing-driven lead. And I think Jrue has proven that he can guard the better career players. Now, maybe has it gone down? I won't say it's here, but maybe a step, maybe. But it's still very good. And I think Grimes also showed last year that he's more than capable to guard the Jimmy Butlers. He's more than capable to guard the Jaylen Browns. As far as a containment thing, not stopping them, but you know, he did a good job on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander last year as well. Had him struggling when they went out of OKC, and that's when they inserted him to the starting lineup. So I can see where your guys are coming from, but I always state this: superstars or stars or all-stars don't come around too much. And if you don't have to give up too much and you're able to strike something, you go ahead and do it. Do I think the Knicks are the leading candidates to get Jrue Holiday? No. My theory is that they're going to send James to Clippers and Philly's going to get Jrue. That's my theory. Because they got to get rid of Harden. He's not showing up to camp, stuff of that nature. This is their way out of that. The Clippers in Philadelphia just have to come to the mines and give enough draft capital in order for Portland to be satisfied, because that's what Portland's looking for in this. They're rebuilding. They have a young core that's on the first year of a rebuild, so they just want draft capital. But you have to strike, and you have to say, okay, well, he could fit. And yes, we do want the small forward. Yeah, we do want the 6'7", 6'8" guy, 7+ wingspan. That's the 3D that could defend the premier play. And I get that. But you do have to go ahead and also do your due diligence and also get, I mean, Jrue Holiday is an all-star, multiple-time all-star, a champion, a guy that can stabilize your offense offensively because he's got many tools in the toolkit. And especially with his, you know, defensive notoriety, I would think it would be stupid for them to not throw in those two protected draft picks that most likely are not going to come to fruition. I'm talking about Washington and Detroit. The one I'm looking for is the Milwaukee one, that top 4 protected. But and I threw one unprotected. That means that I still have 8 of my draft picks. And that means that I think 8 of them are all unprotected. No, about 7 of them are. One of them is the Milwaukee, and the other one is the Dallas. So they still got 6, and they have the other 2. So if I get a Jrue, and say Jrue likes it, I'm just throwing an example. Jrue loves it, right? I'm still not in a position to go ahead and get another player, since we already know that this team is not going to commit to the draft, to the time that it takes. And that's more of an NBA thing too, but to the time, they're not going to do it. So I think they're in proposition. I don't think it hurts their treasure chest. And it doesn't hurt to try. I think it would be a good move if they were able to get it. I think he fits the timeline, which is very important. There are people that think that the Knicks have like 75 years with this core, and it doesn't work that way. 3 to 5 year cycles, ladies and gentlemen. So if I can get 2 good years out of Jrue for me trying to compete, for me to get something else, I say that works within the timeline. And all I had to do was give up 3 draft picks, 2 protected. And then another thing too, I put IQ in my scenario. So I put IQ, Hartenstein, and the what was that? Oh, and Evan. Evan's contract, so he's gone, and then with the protected picks and the unprotected. Marks agreed with me. Bobby Marks, he actually came out with it later on that day. I actually had it already done for the show, and so he agrees. He just added 1 less pick, which was weird to me because Portland stated that I think they wanted 3. So I don't know why he was shortchanging with the 2. It didn't make sense. But in short, I think Jrue's a good catch for the right price. As long as it's cheap and you keep your treasure chest of things and you don't mess around with what you're doing, I think it's a good move.
You know, the other thing, D, is there a chance that in your trade scenario, it's like a fair trade scenario that we've seen in the past, but because of this new CBA agreement, is it a chance that the Knicks might even be able to get Jrue for a little less just because of the CBA and how some teams just don't want to take on all of these salaries and also even with the draft picks, because those draft picks, you know, there's a little money attached to it. It may not be a lot depending on what the draft pick is, but I'm saying still is do you think there's a chance that maybe they might even be able to get him for a little bit of a bargain just because of the new CBA?
Indeed, but I think that the competitors that are after him might be willing to give up more than what we can bargain for it, because Philly is on the cusp of just totally destroying it. So they're thinking, well, if I get Jrue here and I get rid of Harden, we're contending this year. You know what I'm saying? I think if Miami finds a way to bring in Jrue and get Hero out somehow, because I don't see that working, I think they're like, well, we were just in the finals last year. And although we lost a couple of pieces, Jrue, I think, will put us right back in the conversation. So I think that they will go a little bit more beyond in order to do that, because Miami is also at the cusp with Jimmy being, I think Jimmy's what, 33? Jerry Butler? He's like 32, 33?
He sounds like, I think he's around there.
I can check real quick just to.
I got it.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, damn. He's 34.
So you see what I mean? So that's starting to the twilight of things. And Jimmy looked fantastic last year. But you saw sometimes, like, it wasn't consistent. You know, it was either a magnificent explosion or where was Jimmy for 2 games? So, and I think some of the things are, I think Eric is going to monitor his minutes and stuff like that. So they'll go above and beyond to go ahead and get him, because that's something for right now. Do I think the Knicks should be in the same mentality? Absolutely. But I wouldn't do it for Jrue. You know? So, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Like, I've been on the fence about this because my only thing, I mean, it's not a question about Jrue Holiday. I always liked his game. I was watching videos yesterday about him, different videos. There's one trending that everybody's seeing, but I was watching other videos too. But the one that's trending basically talked about Holiday's defense and how good of a defender he is. People know he's a good defender. I think people overlook how good of a defender he is. I mean, he's a great defender. Of course, as he's gotten older, maybe, you know, a little less as intense on the defensive end as he was before, but that's only with age. But he comes on the Knicks, he's the best defender on the Knicks right now. Flat, hands down. He's so cagey and so crafty. He gets his hands in the passing lanes. He can pick your pocket. He gets in your face and makes you uncomfortable, even if he's smaller than you. He just has a way about, he knows, like, he can see your tendencies, where you like to raise up with the ball. Like, he's smart, extremely smart. And that's not easy to come by. I mean, D already was talking about, you know, the fact of he's a special player in those regards, and you can't always get those guys. I mean, you may think you can, but realistically, they don't grow on trees and they don't leave teams. So it's not easy. So I definitely like Jrue. My only hesitation or reservation about it was just if the Knicks have to give up too much, because, I mean, we've talked about the Knicks having assets for a while, but the Knicks have used up some of their assets. They still have some stuff that they could make a move right now, but you know, it is what it is. So if they give up a lot to get Jrue, where are they after that point? Do I think he makes the team better? Yes. Do I think he makes them a championship contender? I don't know. It would all depend on who's left on the team and if the guys that are here step up. You know, having a Jrue, I hate saying his name sometimes. I get caught up. Jrue Holiday as a player on this team would open things up for Brunson. Brunson have less of a headache. You know, Jrue be taking care of the guys that Brunson can't stay with. So that would definitely free him up. It would free up even Randall. Julius Randall would have a better time moving around because we already talked about it, you know, multiple conversations. He's not a bad defender when it comes to dealing with guys in the low post or in that, but when he has to go out there on the perimeter, he gets cooked. So having a Jrue Holiday take care of some of that when he's out there on the court with him would be great. It's almost like if we could take what we got right now, this current team, right, bottle it up, and then go back in time and add Reggie Bullock 3 years ago when Reggie Bullock was locking people down and calling out and helping. Like, it's like having that. And I think that's very important. That's might be a difference maker. You never know what could happen. We saw Miami go to the finals. You know what I mean? So
do you think that's all we're missing though?
I personally don't think that's all we're missing. But I do think that you get Jrue Holiday in here and you just never know what can happen. You know what I mean? Anything can happen.
I mean Reggie Bullock. When you said Reggie Bullock.
No, not Reggie at this point. Not Reggie.
Not Reggie before either.
No. Even
yeah,
Reggie
I mean,
before. I don't think. I just see a lot of holes, man. I mean,
yeah. Because the difference is
you got 5 starters and only 1 and possibly 2 play defense. That's not a good mixture, Ron. And that's what I see. I see 3 people that are really bad at defense.
All right, but look at it like this, Double A. Look who's good at defense. Quickly has gotten better. Grimes is a solid defender. Mitchell Robinson is an adequate defender. I don't like to say Mitchell is a great defender, even though it looks like he is. He's not, in my opinion.
He's a very good interior defender.
Yeah,
that's it.
And it doesn't help. He has to cover for everybody else as well.
Right.
You know, he's
but
that's
Thibodeau's system. Yeah.
I think his fault is he can't come out and defend. You know that. He just can't come out and defend. You know, but we got to be careful. I don't want to jump the gun on the Mitch thing, but I mean, people are talking about get rid of him because he's not this offensive player. But man, we get rid of him, dude. We better make sure we get a Miles Turner or Kessler, somebody can defend, because trading him for offense, a center that can give us a few more points down in the middle is not going to do it. I don't think.
Right. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Like, I don't think it's wrong to think that. And we're going to add on to that in a little bit when we get to Mitch. But no, you're fine. You're fine. I thank you for bringing it up, and I hope you remember it, because you may have to go back to it again. Let's do this. Let me shout out a couple people, and then I want to put up something that you guys already know, but some of you, well, go ahead, D.
Is it relating to Jrue Holiday?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, wait.
Yeah. Shout out to Knicks are nice. Pudge is in the building. Salute. What's good? Appreciate you. He says Jrue is, I always like Jrue. Damn it. Jrue is going to Boston or Philly. Maybe. Listen, look, let me tell you something. This is what guys forget. If the Knicks want somebody, they can go get them. The Knicks they're very calculated. They try to not get overbid. They try to not get fleeced. But if the Knicks want somebody right now, they can go get guys. Not that they will, because I think they can get. I think they could have got Paul George. I think if the Knicks wanted to, they can get Jrue Holiday. There's another name out there that the Knicks could have got if they really wanted to. But sometimes you don't want to get ridiculous and give up your war chest. So you got to be smart about it. Shout out to Rebuild NYK. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here as always. Josh, aka Uncle Fulio, is in the building, and he says the Knicks would still have a plethora of assets after the trade for Jrue. Yes, I use the word plethora. Salute Ron and fellas. Okay. All right. I mean, I get it. They got guys that could. Yeah, it's not that they wouldn't have guys that they could trade. I don't want them to. I still want them to keep some of these guys intact and see who's the best to keep intact and stuff like that. But whatever, we can flush that out. Sherwin is in the building. Good afternoon, Sherwin. Hope you're doing well. Always good to see you. My guy Kelly Goat is in the building. What's going on, Kelly? Yeah, Sherwin, don't stop. Sherwin, today stop. Okay.
Nah.
Anyway,
stop.
What up, Cully? Good to see you. Juan B's in the building. What's going on, Juan B?
going
Hope
on?
you're doing well. He says this isn't back in the day. What starting five is just elite all around on defense. Maybe he's having a conversation in the chat too, but okay. White Falcon is in the building. Salute to you, White Falcon. I hope you're doing well.
White.
Appreciate you. Deron Wayne is in the build. Oh, whoa, oops. Deron Wayne is in the building.
Deron.
Salute. What's good? Appreciate you. All right. So what was I gonna do? Now, some of you guys may already know this, but some might not. I mean, you guys got busy lives. You ain't looking into all this stuff. This is just the regular degular stuff that we like to look at. This is who he is. And to me, I was kind of surprised. Let's look at Jrue Holiday's stats here, folks. 19.3 points per game last year. 5.1 rebounds. This is a, let me just double check something here. Next time. Let me see here. 6'4". Okay. Check that out, guys. All right. 6'4", once again. All right. 6'4" guard, 5.1 rebounds. There's some power forwards and centers that don't give you 5 rebounds a game. and barely give you more than that. I think Jaren Jackson Jr. is under 6 per game.
That's crazy.
It's nuts. All right. So 7.4 assists. That is a healthy number, guys. Healthy. 1.2 steals per game. You already know he's a klepto. 0.4 blocks. It is what it is. But then look at the efficiency. 47.9 from the field. 38.4 from 3. 85.9 from the free throw line. And he's a lockdown defender.
I'm so glad you brought this. I'm so glad
I don't
you
know,
brought this.
guys. I don't know.
Can a brother change his mind?
Yo, I was excuse me. I was looking at this. I was like, damn, Jrue still be getting busy. Because sometimes you forget. All you keep hearing about with Milwaukee is, oh, is Middleton healthy? Giannis. Like Jrue Holiday is a beast, bro. I'm like, these are some nice numbers. At 30 years of age, some nice numbers. So just think about that, guys. I don't know. Like, I mean, we might be saying to ourselves, is it worth it to spend some chips on Jrue? But this is a difference maker. Like, if we didn't have Jalen Brunson, we'd be screaming, gotta go get Jrue right now. Look at the difference, the impact he can make. You know what I mean? Like, and plus, he's a guy you don't have to worry about him being he doesn't have to actually be the point guard to be effective. Yes, with the ball in his hands, he definitely is, but he can come in that off guard role, right, and still do what he does because he's a professional. He's been in the league. He knows everything. That's the difference between us using a guy like him and a guy like Quickly, where we are putting Quickly in different positions to be the backup point guard, even though most of us think he's a shooting guard. He doesn't necessarily break down the defense and dribble, drive, and dish the way a Jrue Holiday might. He is still learning how to play defense, but he don't play the type of defense Jrue plays. He is definitely not the shooter who I thought he would be. He's not the shooter that Jrue Holiday is. Like, Jrue is efficient. Look at these numbers. So just something to think about, guys. I was surprised myself as I was putting it together. I was like, man, okay. I didn't know he still had it like this. I gave him less points. 18 points. Somebody might say 18 points per game is great, right? And that's good numbers. But when I saw 19.3, to average 19.3, that 1.3 is a difference. He's definitely stepped up and been a player for them. So I don't know, guys. Just something to think about. All right. What were you gonna say, D?
You know what terrifies me about what you just showed? And I did it yesterday on the show. I went through his playoff numbers. And it was night and day. And this is over the last couple of seasons, because don't forget, before the Milwaukee stint, he wasn't in the playoffs since 2017-18. So field goal percentage in the 2021 playoffs, which was a chip year, 41%. And only 30% from 3 on 6.5 attempts almost. Now, I want you to keep in mind that he has Giannis and Chris Middleton was playing completely out of his mind in that finals run. So I want you to keep that in mind. 21-22, 38% for the field in the playoffs. And remind you, this is on 20 shots and 31% from 3 on 6.5. And then last year on 17 shots, only 40%. Jacked up 8.4 threes per game in the playoffs for 28.5%. And that's why my asking price, my what do you call that? My trade proposal was so like it wasn't much. We already dealing with guys that can't perform in the damn playoffs, bro. And what helps Jrue is that he's able to have guys like Giannis and Chris Middleton to go ahead and lift him up if he's off that game or something like that. Besides Brunson, I'm not sold on that. So now I'm going to bring in another guy that becomes a little bit impotent inside the playoffs and stuff like that, especially if not having the superpowers of Giannis and Middleton. Well, Middleton a couple years ago. But I'm concerned about that. That's why I didn't go as far as maybe other people would. And Portland bites great. Take it. But he's not that guy.
Yeah. So, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, when you look at that, excuse me, when you look at that, knowing that, especially after that season, 1 second. Okay, good. After that season, you know, without Middleton, that's the one thing about Milwaukee. A really good overall team with good height, good size, nice overall defense. A couple guys who can shoot it if you leave them open. But in the playoffs, right, if you don't have Middleton and you can kind of clamp down on Giannis, you know Giannis don't shoot it. Giannis is he's a slasher. He's got to get to the rim. But if you can kind of make him work, make him have to pass the ball, really the only other factor that you had to know you were going to worry about was Jrue Holiday. And then you can kind of play Jrue Holiday a lot tougher. He doesn't have any other options to go to. That kind of does expose him, right? Because that's the only thing that I always looked at with Milwaukee. I said, they don't got a lot of scoring options when you really think about their team. Like in the playoffs, when teams start to ratchet the defense, right, and really lock in, who are they moving the ball to? You can't depend on Connaughton. You can't depend on Bobby Portis. You can't, they got a lot of question marks when it comes to that stuff. And so in a situation where maybe you put him on a team where the scoring is a little better, the Knicks aren't good shooters, but we've got guys that can score. Maybe that frees him up as well. Maybe you can't lock in on Jrue Holiday as well as you would like to. Because let me tell you something. We get into the playoffs, just for example, with this current team, and say we keep the core, and we trade quickly. We trade, I think in scenario that D had Hartenstein. And who was the other person, D? The other.
I'm sorry, I'm writing wrong.
No. Who was the third person you had in your scenario for Jrue?
Yeah, so I had Evan, IQ, and Hartenstein.
Oh, right, Evan. Yeah. So if say that was to happen, you still got Grimes, and then you still got Brunson, you still got RJ, you still got Julius Randle. If they try to square in on Jrue, for example, Brunson's going to have a field day. If you try to square in and lock down Brunson, Drew's going to get busy. So, that's the one thing I think the Knicks have that they could really use if they were able to get another piece that can score efficiently. They just haven't been able to do it as of yet. And then the defense is just gravy on top. Shout out to Josh, aka Uncle Fulio. He said, Ron, you should pull up the advanced percentages, the TS percentage and the EFG, field goal percentage. Well, let's see.
While you're doing that, I just wanted to mention one thing, Ron.
Go ahead.
I don't see Holiday double teamed with that team, with that starting five. I mean, you got to keep hands on Lopez. You got to keep hands on Middleton. You got Giannis. That if anybody's gonna get double teamed, it's him on that team. So I don't see Holiday really facing, that much pressure. You know what I mean? Where he's got to be the one to get the bucket. He got to go get it. More facilitating he is. But I just don't see. I'm with D. I mean, it's just for some reason, he's just not performing. And I don't think it's the opponent's defense. I just think it's him.
Well, I just wanted to add one thing. I can agree with you that having all those guys there, that forces the defense to not be able to clamp down, right? But you mentioned one guy, and ever since what D did mention, 2021, Middleton has been a non-factor. He has not been a factor. And we're talking about a few years now. He hasn't been healthy. And when he has been healthy, he hasn't played the same. This past season, when they got knocked out in the first round, Middleton was not the Middleton that you're used to seeing. So that's been the biggest thing. I think that's the thing that Milwaukee couldn't count on. They would not expect that the team that they put together that won a championship would have these type of issues, and that Middleton wouldn't be the same type of impact player for them. Because with him being that impact player, they're a problem, but he hasn't been.
Sorry.
So, yeah.
And you don't think Portis is playing well for them in his role?
I think Portis is playing well, but remember, he's not like you give Portis the ball and he takes over. You know what I mean? Portis is give him the ball in the low block when you know you have a moment and people are clamping down on the perimeter. He can get busy. You kick it out to him in their corner for a three, he can knock it down. You know, not all the time, but he's pretty good at it. But that's it. It's not like he's taking a guy off the dribble. It's not like he's an unstoppable force in the paint where you give Portis, he goes to his go-to moves and he scores. He's no I don't want to even say Karl Malone because that's ridiculous. Who is the guy that I hated? David West. He's not like a David West. You know, you give him the ball and he can take over in that. So they don't have that guy at the power forward. Even Brook Lopez might have some moves that he can still go to, but he's become a real perimeter shooter in the way he plays. So he used to be more effective down low, but whatever. I hear you though. I hear you. So I don't know. I don't think I saw the EFG Josh, but I did see the TS. And so his TS, which is for those out there who may not know, it's true shooting percentage, right? So his TS for 2022-23 was 58.6. I mean, you know.
Why did Josh want that illustrated?
I think he's yeah, that's a good question, Josh.
That's why I asked Josh to come.
I mean, that's a good question. Why did you want that illustrated, Josh? Put that in the chat. Yeah. Let me shout out a couple more people real quick before we continue. My guy Rose in the building. Salute. What's good, my brother? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you as always. Delano Steele Jr. What's going on, DSJ? Hope you're doing well, bro. Good to see you. Animal Lex is in the building. Salute. Appreciate you. Let me see. Okay, so that's not the answer to that. But Josh says he would keep IQ out of the trade and throw Grimes in there. Yeah, interesting. Okay. So wait, what is he saying? Oh no, but he's talking about something else. Yeah, going back to that, Josh, if you could throw in the chat, what's your thoughts about the EFG and the TS? Why did you want those two stats mentioned or brought up? Okay, cool. Quiet Money's in the building. Salute. What's good, my brother? Appreciate Quiet you. Money. Hope you're doing well. So let me ask you guys this. Now, and this goes back to the question that people think about because you get a little worried. But I got to tell you, those stats do make you feel a little better regular season wise. Mm-hmm. Playoff wise, okay, the jury's still out on that. We don't know. What up, Wiz? Ashley Inc. is in the building. Salute, my guy. Appreciate you.
He said he'd rather have Jrue play the small forward than RJ. He's not wrong.
Oh, damn. I mean, but that's just another 6'4" guy on the Knicks playing small forward. That could be DiVincenzo. That could be Hart. We got a bunch of them. But I hear you, though. And you know what? Actually, not for nothing, Jrue would play much better defense at that small forward position than RJ, and actually probably be a factor. There's some truth to that. He would still have some matchup issues with a good small forward that would create a problem. Okay, Josh responded. Let's see. Josh says TS and EFG are more accurate depictions of shooting. Mitch is over 60 to 70% from the field, but we wouldn't call him a shooter. Okay, I see. Well, I mean,
good job, Josh.
Regular season wise, there's nothing really to point to with Jrue being a negative. He's been fantastic, but as D brought up, that the playoffs is something to think about. But like I said, there's different caveats, and maybe because of the way that their roster is constructed, and who's big fact. Because the other thing is, this is another thing I want people to keep in mind, and this is not always the case, but it is in a lot of times. The way your team plays basketball in the regular season doesn't always translate in the playoffs. Not just about the defense. Sometimes the game plan changes. Sometimes the coach may want your team to be as efficient as possible, and because they know that the defense is going to ratchet up. So certain liberties and certain chances you take as an offense, maybe you don't take as many of them. Maybe you average 10-3, not 10. I'm throwing some number. I don't know. Maybe you average 33s a game, for example, right? But your shooting percentage is around 34. So that's not the greatest. So you say, well, we're going into the playoffs. We're not the greatest at shooting from the perimeter. So instead of us taking 30 per game, let's take 20, right? And turn those other 10 into better field goal opportunities. Stuff like that. So there's a lot of different things that happen in the course of the playoffs. And another thing we don't know is what the hell happened with Milwaukee to begin with. They really, everything that happened with Budenholzer and just a cluster, man. All right, let me throw
Josh the link.
Yeah. I'm gonna throw the link in there.
I want to veggie back on the true shooting thing, just so that everybody knows what it is, right? What true shooting is that it's a percentage that considers the efficiency of all your type of shots. So whether they're 15 and 19 feet away, whether they're fadeaways, whether they're corner threes, it puts into a metric the efficiency of all the shots that you did take, right? So just for guys to know. Effective field goal percentage is a goal to show what field goal percentage a two-point shooter would have to shoot at to match the output of a player who also shoots three-pointers. You see? So they calculate the 3 and the 2 together, and they go ahead and try, and that effective field goal percentage is a balance as to what he would shoot from 2 to go ahead and match that when he would shoot the 3, and then you go ahead and get your answer. Mm-hmm. It's mathematical geek stuff, but they are very important factors in addressing things. So good job, Josh.
Gotcha. So the link is in the chat. Obviously, those who may want to jump into this conversation, you're more than welcome. You see where we're going with it, though. It's breaking it down. It's a real conversation. So come in here. You better be ready. Dripmore is in the building. Salute, Dripmore. The preferred barber of still Knick fans and the Knicks community is in the building. Let's go. What's going on, Dripmore? Appreciate you, bro. Thank you for being here as always.
And subscribe to his channel if you haven't yet.
Yes, definitely. Yes. I mean, he's like a maestro with the blades over there. Frank Matos used to call me Sasso in the building. What's good, guy? Appreciate you. He says Fournier, Hartenstein, IQ, Knicks 2024 unprotected, and Washington protected.
Hey, he's talking my language.
Interesting. Okay. Damn. Say it ain't so, bro. Ooh, Colorado is already getting smacked. Look, as I said before, I got a group chat with some of my closest guys. And I have been the one from day one saying, I like what's happening with Colorado. I like the ride that they're on, but the team overall is just not that great. They got some really good pieces, but it's kind of like, don't go crazy. They're not the second coming. They're going to get better. They're not there yet. So it is what it is, man. Like, it's tough. But I will say one other thing. This is the last thing I'm going to say about this because this is still Knick fans. I hear there's some crazy stuff happening with Colorado. I hear there's other programs that are getting together and sharing information because they do not like what Colorado is doing, and they're working together to kind of help prepare upcoming matchups that Colorado may be facing so that they can have a better chance to go against them. And that's some crazy stuff. And this is why I hate the whole system. And this is coming from real sources. I don't know the sources, but people in the college football world, real people telling them that this is what's going on, which that's nuts. I mean, that's just horrible. Whatever. Okay. So Frank Matos also says we still have many assets after this year with that trade. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, I mean, in both scenarios, in your scenario and in D's scenario, I think there's still pieces available that we can use. Yeah.
For a team that doesn't develop, for a team that doesn't really prioritize drafting and wants to win within the 3 or 5 year cycle.
Right. Thomas Banks is in the building. Salute you. Thank you. Yeah. He's talking about Colorado. Yeah, they're not ready yet. The hype is a little bigger than the actual product, but it's okay. I'll let them have their moment. At some point throughout the season, they're going to have some big moments throughout that time as well. It's going to go up and down. So what I was going to say before I got into reading in the chat is, what do you think makes sense here? If just say the Knicks were able to get Jrue, right? Would you be happy with the team? I'll start with you, Double A. If they were able to change the center position somehow and add a Joel Embiid, or at a lesser level, a lesser extent, if they switched out Mitchell Robinson and brought in a Miles Turner, would you look at the team differently? Would you be a little bit more inclined to think that team is a little better?
Yeah, but realistically, we ain't getting either one of them. If you want to be real, we're not getting Embiid this year. I don't think. Miles Turner either. I think Indiana, they're going with what they got. I don't think Mitch is a problem, really. I mean, he he brings what he brings. He brings stuff. He brings something to the lineup. I mean, he's one of the best offensive rebounding centers in the league. He's an excellent interior post defender. I mean, he is what he is. And I just don't see us getting them beat anytime soon. And I don't see us, being able to get. I think there was a time last year where we could have got Miles Turner, and for me, that would be the perfect replacement for Mitch, because you don't give up his defense, but yet your offense, he can stretch the floor. That's a difference. But I just think trading Mitch for somebody that can score a few more points is not really going to get us over the hump, and we're not getting the big fish yet.
Hold on. I'm see what D has to say about it, but Sherwin. So, what's your thoughts with regards to Miles Turner and Mitch being better? Because I know obviously you appreciate Mitch's defense, but I thought that you were on the mindset that Miles Turner plays pretty good defense. He's definitely from the physical block standpoint, he's definitely a better defender in that regards, and I think he defends the paint pretty well. But so you don't think that might be I don't want to say Miles Turner is an upgrade over Mitch, because I think people sometimes undervalue Mitch's effect on the team, but it's a different look. right? You know what I mean? If something could be the same but different,
I think
maybe I'll look at it like that.
I think you heard me wrong. I think Miles Turner is an upgrade over Mitch. I just
Oh
said
no,
we ain't
not
gonna
you.
get
I'm
him.
thinking
Oh,
Sherwin.
D.
Yeah,
Sherwin,
yeah,
Oh,
not you.
Sherwin.
I got you. Yeah, Sherwin.
Oh, Sherwin. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
also,
so
too,
I'm
is that
wondering.
this? Miles Turner averaged 18 points a game last season, shot 37% from 3 on 4 attempts, shot 78% from the free throw line on 4.5 attempts, and he averaged 2.3 blocks. One thing that I will give Mitch over Miles Turner is that Mitch is a tenacious, elite offensive rebound, and Miles is nowhere near that.
Right.
But they're averaging just about the same defensive rebounds per game. So with Mitch's, actually, he's averaging one more, I believe. So where Mitch's rebounding totals come is because he's almost averaging 4 or 5 offensive rebounds a game. So, and also, Miles has a little bit more to his game as far as he'll show you a floater every now and then. He'll do a dribble handoff and attack the dribble handoff if the handoff doesn't happen, where you don't see Mitch do that. But I wouldn't say that Mitch is better than
Right.
Turner.
I think it's just different. That's how I look at it. I just think it's different. They both add something to the table. It's just different. Let's get I got Josh in here. See if he's good to go.
I'll be right back.
What's up, Ron?
Josh,
Can you hear me?
with us? Hey, yeah, I hear you. What's going on, brother?
What's going on, man? I'm at my home studio right now, so that's the reason why I don't have my camera on. But I'll turn it on.
Oh yeah. No, you good. You good.
Salute, fellas. How y'all doing, man?
Salute, brother.
Can't complain, brother. It's good to see you, man. Haven't seen you really pop on like that, so it's definitely good to see you.
Yeah. I've been away, as you know. But I definitely want to throw my 2 cents in about this Jrue Holiday thing, and
Yeah, sure.
I think it's a no-brainer. The Knicks should absolutely pursue this move. First, I want to fight back against the notion that Jrue Holiday. This is one of the many things that I've been fighting back against, since this thing has come about. The notion of the Knicks timeline. Jrue Holiday doesn't fit the Knicks timeline. Well, what the hell is the Knicks timeline? Like, what is the Knicks? Like, what? The Knicks are they're way closer to contending than a lot of people think. This isn't Portland, right? This isn't OKC. The Knicks have a ton of young players, but at the same time, they have guys who are in their primes right now, and the Knicks are a few pieces away from actually contending in the Eastern Conference. So when people say Jrue Holiday or a player that's 30-something plus years old does not fit the Knicks timeline, to me, I think that is absurd, in my opinion, because this is not the same old lottery-bound Knicks, always in the lottery every year. No, the Knicks are actually winning basketball games now, and I think they're one major piece away from actually contending and contending in the Eastern Conference to win the Eastern Conference title and get into the NBA Finals. So that's number one. The second part, and I think a lot of Knicks fans kind of don't look at it this way, so this is kind of the way I look at it. To me, the Knicks' number one problem in the playoffs was lack of ball handling. People can talk about the shooting. People can talk about, what we didn't do offensively. But to me, I think that all comes down to ball handling. Even though Emmanuel Quickley didn't have his best series against Cleveland before he got hurt, the Knicks missed Emmanuel Quickley tremendously in that Miami series. Because guess what? Jalen Brunson had to play 48 minutes in a lot of those games. So they couldn't take Jalen Brunson off the floor, not because he was just playing well, but they didn't have any other ball handlers on the floor. Josh Hart's not a ball handler. RJ Barrett still has a ways to go to be a primary facilitator and a primary ball handler in the Knicks offense. So the Knicks need that. And that is a reason why I want to go get Jrue Holiday, because he provides that. He was the point guard on Milwaukee, on an NBA champion. He was the guy with the ball in his hands for the most part. And any wing or guard that the Knicks are going to go out and get, I would prefer that person be a primary ball handler, and that's what Jrue Holiday is. Lastly, the last thing I'll say in regards to Jrue Holiday, you brought up the numbers, Ron, and you brought up the field goal percentage and the 3-point percentage. People oftentimes focus on that. And for Jrue Holiday, those numbers are great numbers. I mentioned true shooting percentage and effective field goal percentage, and thank you, D, for expanding on that a little bit more, because they're more accurate depictions of what shooting is. And if your number one gripe in the playoffs for the Knicks was they didn't have shooting, this is a guy that provides that. He is almost as efficient as Jalen Brunson when he has the basketball in his hands. Whenever that ball goes up, whether it be a free throw, whether it be a 3-point shot or shooting from the field from a 2-point perspective, the guy knocks down shots, right? So to me, I just think this is a no-brainer. And in defense, that goes without saying, right? So I think this move fits the Knicks tremendously. The question that I asked earlier, and D answered it in the chat already, is what non-RJ deal gets it done for Portland? Because Portland is a young team. So more than likely, they're going to want young players and or draft picks. Milwaukee, when they made the trade for Jrue Holiday, they gave up 3 first-round picks, and we're unsure about whether they all were unprotected or not. I'm sure we'll have to take a look at it. Mm-hmm. But if your gripe about going after a player like Jrue Holiday is the Knicks are going to have to give up some assets, so we got 1 million of them anyway. This is not going to stop us from going out and getting another big fish after we acquire Jrue Holiday. In fact, I think it enhances that. It makes the Knicks more attractive for any potential player out there that asks out. The Knicks are going to become a more attractive destination. So this isn't the Knicks giving up the cover for a player like Jrue Holiday. They may have to put together a substantial package, but I still think that they are going to be more. They're going to have a lot more left in the tank to go out and make a trade for a big player. The days of the Knicks chasing players in free agency are over, and I think for the most part around the league that's going to be over because almost every team is over the salary cap anyway. So you're not signing players. You're not waiting for free agency. That game of waiting and see if this player becomes available and where this player is going to choose, those days in the NBA are done. Players are going to be acquired via trade, and the best thing for any team, and the Knicks have this, is that they have assets to be able to go out and make moves. So I think this is a no-brainer. The Knicks should consider it. The question is, what is the package that we will be willing to give up for a player like Jrue Holiday?
Yeah.
Okay. You were going to say something,
gentlemen? Thoughts? Okay, yeah.
No, that was good stuff.
Okay.
Here's my thing with RJ going, and I explained this to Josh in chat, is that I've got Shade on Sharp, right? That's about 6'5" and a half, 6'6", with a 7+ wingspan. I already have a backcourt of Scoot Henderson, right?
And Simons.
And thank you. And Simons, right? Now, I'm rebuilding. This is the first year of my rebuild, right? And I already signed Jeremy Grant. I think Jeremy's making 27 or 28 this year. So if I'm Portland, what would be the incentive for me to take RJ Barrett? If I already have my young trio of Scoot, Anthony Simons, Shadon Sharp, Jeremy Grant, and who's their center? It's not Nurkic.
Ayton now.
Ayton, yes, thank you. Right. I don't see it.
So no, that's a good point. See, I wasn't thinking about Shadon Sharp. I know they're going to have him at the 3 now, so that's a great point from D. So now the Knicks have to be able to maneuver themselves, particularly, and a lot of fans don't want to give up RJ anyway. I thought there was no chance for the Knicks to get this deal done unless they include RJ because he makes the bulk of the money. Right. And as far as us, if let's say we trade RJ in any type of trade, we got Josh Hart waiting right there. People been advocating for Josh Hart to play the 3 all year long. Boom. There's a fit right there, which I think he'll slide in right in that spot. You know what I mean? But that's a good point, D. So now the Knicks will have to shift, right? So now we're talking Evan Fournier. And I think the deal that D brought up earlier would actually make some sense. But to me, I wouldn't give up IQ in that. I would give up Grimes in that deal, and I would sweeten it with the amount of picks. And for those who, again, tripping about the Knicks saving these draft picks or whatever, when the Knicks start winning, those draft picks won't matter anyway. It's not like the Knicks are going to be drafting top 10, because the Knicks are going to be winning games. So holding on to these picks, right? If you're not drafting them, you're going to look to move them at some point. The Knicks have a plethora in the cupboard. They can give up 2-3 draft picks for a player and still be good to go. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? They can still be good to go, plus the protected picks that they have. So to me, I just think the Knicks, if let's say for the sake of argument, D, they hold on to RJ, right? Knicks fans will love that. Okay, great. You give up Fournier, but the sweetener for Portland is going to have to be young players and or draft picks.
Yeah.
Personally, for me, I would hold on to Emmanuel quickly because I think the Knicks, because of how they run their offense, they need ball handling. If they don't have that ball handling come off the bench or anywhere else, our offense is screwed, literally screwed. Because we don't move the ball, so we need dribble penetration and we need guys who can pull up. And we just simply don't have those guys. I'm sorry, Dante DiVincenzo is not that guy. He's an off the ball offensive player, a really good player, but he's not setting up your offense for you.
And he can do it in spots, right?
Yeah, he
Josh,
can do
you
it in
don't like
spots, but like, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I've been talking for a minute.
Josh, you didn't like Grimes. Josh, you didn't like Grimes as a ball handler. I mean, he was a point guard in college. I mean,
I do like
skills.
Grimes.
He showed some, he showed some passing skills and some, some ability.
I am very, very high on Quentin Grimes, so it would pain me to move him in the first place. But I just don't think Quentin Grimes is at that level yet as a primary ball handler in the NBA, at least. Right, like he is an off-the-ball player. You give him catch and shoot situations, things of that nature. I think he's that, and I think there is some growth for him to get like as far as the NBA game to be a primary ball handler. But that's just not who he is right now. And I'm sorry, the Knicks need guys like that. And if Quentin Grimes is so much of a ball handler, they could have used him in the playoffs. They could have used that, but we didn't see that come playoff time when Emmanuel Quickly was out. The Knicks needed ball handling, and they simply couldn't get it. So
I didn't see when Emmanuel Quickly was there, but I get what you're saying.
No. But so the thing is, Emmanuel Quickly, and that's the thing. Like the Knicks sometimes run their offense, and they have Emmanuel Quickly off the ball. People are saying Emmanuel Quickly is an off the ball player. No, he is not. Emmanuel Quickly is Emmanuel Quickly because he has the ball in his hands, right? And he didn't perform well in that Cleveland series, right? So I'm not taking anything. I'm not taking anything away from that, but in that Miami series, the Knicks could have used him. I'm telling you, they could have used him because Miami would have defended us differently. Instead of just double teaming Brunson or double teaming Randall, we would have had another ball handler out there on the floor to keep the defense honest a bit. So that's the reason why I want to hold on to Quickly. And I think that he is still growing as a player offensively. And he is who he is because of when he has the ball in his hands. He is not an off the ball player. He is not a Grimes or a DiVincenzo. He is best when he has the ball in his hands doing what he does. So that's the reason why I would keep him. To answer your question.
Let's break it down, right? So that's good stuff again, Josh. We have disagreements, and we just want to go ahead and get it clear. Well, Shadar Sharp real quick, right? And there's another thing with him. The last 1, 2, 3, 4, about 15, 14 games of the season, he was averaging over 23 points a game, shooting over 46% from the field. So I looked at it as a Portland. I'm like, well, what do I need RJ for, right? But anyway.
Right. Good point. That's a good point. I didn't consider that point. That's a good point.
Here's my thing with why I chose Quickly, right? And why I wouldn't choose Grimes, right? But why I would choose Quickly is because I'm gonna have to pay him next year.
Okay.
And I think based on his playoff numbers, I know you mentioned that he wasn't there for Miami, but he played 13 playoff games last year. The Knicks. I'm sorry, not last year. I'm bugging.
13.
I'm bugging. No, I'm bugging. Hold on. Let me get the. Let's see if he was there. If he played 13.
You mean in his career? You're talking about his.
Yeah, but I'm just doing quick math in my head. Like, so if they only played, they played 5 against Atlanta, so that means he played 8. So there was 5 and then 3. Okay, good. I got it. So when he was out, the Knicks were 2-1. Was he?
Okay.
No, they were 1-2 with him out. My big thing with it is that he hasn't showed up 2 years in a row in playoffs. And I know he got hurt, but he did get hurt in game 3, game 4. It wasn't like he missed the playoffs. So if I'm looking at 7.6 points per game, 2.1 assists, shooting under 35% for the field and from 3 in his 13 playoff games, I think as an organization, I would have to question whether I would want to pay him $100 million.
Right.
So now with Grimes, you see, what's good about Grimes is that Grimes still has 2 years on his contract. Correct. So I got his bird rights. So I can maneuver around that a lot better because I think where we disagree is that I think IQ is better off the ball. I literally had shows of immense amount of footage showing how quick we look better off the basketball. And when he's in catch and shoot, when he's in transition, when he's just attacking the closeout, 1 or 2 dribbles, it just looks a lot better from what he provides as opposed to him initiating the offense, because we know damn well that if Emmanuel Quickly is initiating the offense, he's taking like 12 to 13 seconds off your shot clock every single time.
Okay, so do you think that's more of an indictment on him or the indictment on the offensive system? Because I would argue for the latter, right? And because both. I think that's just how the Knicks run their offense, and I think that's just how the Knicks run their offense anyway, right? They don't move the ball, right? we're always like bottom, whatever, in assist or whatever like that. So I would argue more for the latter first. And second, do you think Emmanuel quickly? We're talking about playoffs, but I would have to go back to this point. The guy was runner-up for Sixth Man of the Year. Do you think he was runner-up for Sixth Man of the Year as primarily an off-the-ball player? No, Emmanuel quickly didn't have those games where he was shooting lights out, and he was doing that primarily as an off-the-ball player. He had the ball in his hands, making things happen, being a pull-up shooter. Like that's how Emmanuel. That's his game. That's what makes him him. Right. I don't have the numbers directly in front of me, but I remember talking about this last year. As far as Emmanuel quickly's on ball when he has the ball in his hands and things of that nature, their numbers are really, really good in that regard. So I just, I would have to push back on that slightly, because I do think Emmanuel quickly is better on the ball. And the Knicks, quite frankly, because they're playing this half court, slow it down style, they're going to need guys who can handle the ball. And to me, I think Emmanuel quickly is better than Grimes, better than Josh Hart, better than Dante DiVincenzo. Obviously, Miles McBride, he's better. And I would say even RJ Barrett. He's better than RJ Barrett as an on-ball player. And I think the Knicks, because they play the style of basketball that they play, and they don't necessarily move it around as much as we would like as the fan base, to me, I just think that makes the Knicks better. Now, if the Knicks were to, knock on wood, change the coach, right? Change Tom Thibodeau, get Tom Thibodeau out of here, bring in another coach that plays that runs a more system where like the ball is moving around a little bit more. We're getting the shots early up in the shot clock. Then I would probably hold those comments back. But to me, because the Knicks run the style of offense that they run, I think Emmanuel quickly off the bench especially is a necessity on this particular basketball team. And the reason why I want to go get a player like Jrue Holiday is because in the starting lineup, we're going to need that. Because come playoff time, you've seen what Miami did to us. Atlanta did the same thing to us 2 years ago. They doubled up on Randall, right? Got the ball out of Randall's hands, and they doubled up on Brunson and then closed out on everybody else. And there was literally nobody else to keep them honest. So that's the reason why I want to hold on to quickly in that trade. Maybe it requires quickly to get the deal done. But then I'm bringing my pick compensation down if you want to include quickly in that trade. So that's just me. That's just how I feel about it. And I think the Knicks should definitely consider it. And you brought up a good point about not trading RJ, because what is Portland going to do with RJ? They got Shaedon Sharpe, right? So, okay, cool, Knicks fans. I'll give you that bone. So we get rid of Fournier, Grimes. It's going to take another young player. And then the pick compensation, that's what we're going to have to talk about. 2 unprotected, 1 protected. I'll do that if I'm the Knicks. No problem. I'll do that if I'm the Knicks, because we got a whole lot left.
You know what, Josh, you give me a great idea on I think what we should do with IQ is that we should really break down. And because, we want to be on point with this as best as possible. It's not about who's right, who's wrong. It's about what's truthful. And I think it should do us justice to break down exactly where Quickly got his points from and where he gets his points from. Because then if we're able to determine that where more of that usage comes from, right, then we can determine what type of player Quickly is based on those numbers. And then we could back it up with footage. So thanks for that idea. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think this is very interesting, and I appreciate you coming on, Josh, and giving your takes. That we haven't really heard from you in a minute, and it sounds like it because you saved up everything you've been thinking about, brother.
and I agree with you,
grandson
Josh.
right there. My great grandson. What up, gents?
What's good? What's good?
What's good, guys? What's good? What's good, bro?
They need to start using some of that ass.
Ron with the dance moves. Of course, I see Jay Boog.
I can't. I mean, as soon as I see Jay Boogie, you would think I'd start the boogie, but yeah,
exactly.
I don't know. I forgot.
Don't do it. Please don't. We don't need to see that.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just double A. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, and I also agree with Josh about, using some of our assets instead of just to get rid of players, Tibbs don't want.
Right.
Facts.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense because you guys already know that the better. I mean, listen, Knick fans. I mean, come on, you guys know this, right? The better the Knicks get, the less chance you're going to see these assets get drafted and play for the Knicks, right? You just know how that's how it works in the NBA, no matter who it is. But yes, shout out to Wiz. Thank you for being here, Wiz. Appreciate you as always. Good to see you. Listen, are you going to go with the lemon glaze? Are you going for the honey glaze today with the salmon? I don't know what you're doing. Are you going to go dry rub? Whatever you figuring out. Like
I got the Old Bay. I got the Old Bay. The Old Bay. I really do with some sauteed spinach and baked potatoes.
You couldn't even be diet, bro. Queen of be dying.
I gotta clear it up, man.
Hey.
Right now, I'm a Jamba Juice right now as my early morning fix. As the early morning.
Yeah,
it's 10
you know
a.m.
what?
right on the
I
West
used to
Coast.
always go. I used to always go to Jamba Juice. Wiz. I used to always go in there because it's healthy. They give you the shot and stuff. And so I used to get the chocolate mood with the peanut butter. So whatever the non-healthy option, that's where I was going.
I'm going with that super energizer. I'm going to clean on you. I used to do the chocolate
Good,
juice.
good.
But
Good
greetings, guys. Thanks for letting me on here. My great grandson came over with some fire. Even savor it up. Josh, aka Uncle Julio. Of course, D dropping all the knowledge all the time with the numbers, man. Glad you brought it up, though, man. I was a little hesitant about Jrue, 6'4". That's the only thing I thought about. 6'4". Not even the age, the height. I thought about it for a moment. But those numbers, when you talk about effective field goal percentage, was it 55% or so, 6%?
No, his well, I don't know what was his. I don't know what his EFG was, but his TS was 58%, I believe.
Okay, well, guess
True
what?
shooting.
What happens in clutch is higher than that. Okay, so we want clutch shooters. We want guys to work under pressure. We have guys right now who collapse under pressure right now. I mean, all around guys who we're dependent on, guys who are unproven, and we're looking for. Hope this guy steps up. Hope this guy grows. I'm sorry for the RJ hive, but I'm doing a three-way deal. Portland doesn't want RJ. They can't use him. Well, let's go three-way and get my boy Kuzma in here. Let's send RJ down to Washington. Let's be more creative and move players around because Kuzma can do 3 and 4. Jrue can do 1, 2, and 3. So talk about we can fill in every spot with guys who actually have shown that they're players in this league. I like IQ.
So by the way, I don't think Kuzma can get traded until
no, I was getting
December.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, in December.
Yeah, he was re-signed, Wiz.
Jeez, he got re-signed. But let's Kuzma like.
You was on the stove, man. You was cooking the salmon, man. You just
no, man. I really meant to say when I before I came out and said Kuzma like. A player Kuzma like. With their players out there, whether it's Bridges, Mikal, or Miles, we have cats out there who can actually fill in the 3 and 4 and get RJ moved with Portland getting our picks. Because Portland just cares about assets right now, right? And most of our players not going to work for them. IQ and Grimes are going to be backup to Shaden, and I mean, man, those guys are not going to get in on the floor. So no matter who we give them, won't be on the floor for Portland. So let's get them the assets they want, and let's move our players around to teams that actually can use them and may want them, and get a player who can replace our guys who are either not yet ready or we hope will be ready. And to say we hope that a fifth-year player will be ready this year is something that I'm not really that, impressed with right now. I'm not an RJ hater, but I've lost the confidence. Yes, FIBA RJ looked good. Really, without work out in the team. And is it Tibbs that's causing him some holdback? Maybe. Is Tibbs causing Grimes to be cautious? Probably. Did Tibbs cause Josh in the playoffs to kind of hesitate? Who knows? But I'm just saying that right now we need guys who don't care who's the coach. They're going to go get theirs and going to produce and going to be able to pass, defend, and help Brunson get his chip. And we're talking about future. Jrue can give us 3 excellent years right now, which is where Brunson is going right into the spot right now, where the next 3 years are the Brunson years. Support that man, find tools for him to work with. And that's why I said we got to make the moves we got to make. And right now, RJ is susceptible to be gone. IQ and Grimes, I'm okay with letting them go as well. Guess what? Even my boy Deuce, I'm ready to let Deuce go. And I think Deuce is my man. My boy Deuce, Mega NYK. You and I know my boy Deuce is my boy, but he's got to go because I won this chip. I just can't sit back and watch Milwaukee and Boston dominate. But the other asset I talked about with D or sent to D's chat the other day was we got to make sure no one else in the East gets him. Because anyone else in the East gets him, we're now one notch drop lower than we would be because Indiana, Miami, Toronto, Philly, and Boston for sure will knock us down another notch from getting a chance to get to the ECF. That's my take, boss.
That's a good take, Wiz. The only thing I don't know if you were trying to say was that do you think that we should actually go out and acquire somebody Portland might really want in order to flip them to Portland to get, because that's a slippery slope. That's a tricky game you play right there, because you never know what could happen with that. I'm gonna go out and get this guy, and then I'm gonna come back to Portland, and Portland's like, nah, we good.
No, it's a three-way deal, but Portland will take anybody if they give them enough assets. They will be happy with Fournier alone if we get enough assets with him. So we just need to get our guys to be able to move, and the ones we got to move is, while we're making moves, let's move RJ. Let's move the guys who we know right now we can depend on committing to working through. And right now I can depend on RJ showing up this next season. I don't
know, man. I don't know.
I know what you said.
I hear you though.
You said you're gonna improve, but again the bar is low. And you know you said the bar is low. RJ
I'm just, you know what my whole thing is, and I just want to say what's up to a couple people in the chat and then get over to Jay Boogie. I just I really want to see how some of these guys can look if we give them that defensive help. Like, I would like to see, because I don't believe in RJ Barrett defensively. I mean, it is what it is. I just don't. Do I think he can be better offensively and more efficient? Yes. I've already said it multiple times. I already told you I think this year is going to be his best career year as a Knick, whatever that means, right? But if you could take some of that defensive burden off of him, or even give him an assistant, because Jrue Holiday is like having a defensive coach on the floor with you. He can make some guys look a little better out there by what he's doing and what he's telling them to do. So I just like to see what could happen with a guy like that. And another thing I was thinking, he might be our only chance to help really lock up that perimeter. Because we're not lucky enough to get these guys. We want Mikal Bridges, we wanted Jaylen Brown, we can't get any of these guys. At one point, we wanted OG Anunoby. Then we started looking deeper into OG. He's not healthy. Sometimes he goes quiet. Like, I don't know if he's the guy. So who are we going to get when a guy is right there and you're on the fence about it, but he's right there? Sometimes you got to kick the tires and see what you can do.
And he'll make Grimes all IQ better. He'll make Grimes and IQ better. That's another factor. I mean,
he'll make one of them better because one of them will be out of here probably.
He'll make them better. I mean, but again, you guys, I'd love to see what it felt like if I got a chance to be in a room for 15 minutes with Sofia Vergara alone and drop my rap. I'd like to see that. But again,
I don't know if that, is she a point guard for the Knicks, Sofia Vergara? I don't know her. I've never seen her suit up.
Her defense is solid, man. I'm saying that. Guys,
Ron Wiz.
No one would be like, what God, anybody else but her. So I'm just saying.
What's up, Josh?
Real quick, so to answer these questions, because I did a little bit of research on Emmanuel quickly, right?
Good stuff.
Emmanuel quickly, and I'm using the metric of touches, right? Touches per game, and touches and things of that nature. Emmanuel quickly is second on the Knicks in average time per possession, right behind Jalen Brunson, more than Julius Randle, by the way. Second in that stat, and also second in average seconds per touch on the Knicks.
Yeah.
Right. So he has the ball in his hands.
But wait, Josh. Hold on. But there's a reason why that is. Don't forget, he plays less minutes, and he played mostly with the second unit, and that's why he was fourth in ball usage. You got to put that in the equation as well.
Okay, no, but absolutely. But that's my point. Like, we know Emmanuel quickly he has the ball in his hands. Right? For one reason or another, he has the ball in his hands, and that's what makes him who he is. That was the point that I was trying to make. And yeah, you take all that stuff into consideration. But that's the reason why Emmanuel quickly is the type of player that he is because he has the ball in his hands. And he scores when he does it.
What you have to look at is that when he played with the starting unit in the second quarters, the end of second quarters and fourth quarters, what were those numbers? And I guarantee it will be different.
No, they probably would. Obviously, if you put him in a lineup when you have Jalen Brunson and Julius Randle, he's not going to touch the ball as much. But that's not what I was arguing. I'm saying what makes Emmanuel quickly, the reason why he was runner-up in sixth man of the year, what makes Emmanuel Quickly this player that offensively we're talking, what makes him who he is the fact that he scores when he has the ball in his hands. Now, if you're playing with other people that's going to have the ball in his hands, obviously that's going to go down. Same with Jrue Holiday. But the fact that the Knicks, because they didn't have him during that Miami series, we were at a very, very, very big disadvantage because the Knicks don't really have primary ball handlers on the team like that. The only people we can point to that are for sure primary ball handlers is Randall and Brunson. And from a guard and wing spot, that's where we need him the most. And to me, I just think trading Emmanuel Quickly for Jrue Holiday, yeah, I think it'll make us better. But we're still going to be hampered in that regard, particularly off the bench for that second unit.
Yeah,
right.
We're going to dig into this, Josh. Don't worry.
Yeah. This might be a deeper conversation because there's like when you start getting fine-tuned into the particulars as to how these guys play out there and getting into that, it might be we might have to do a little deep dive. This might be a show. Kind of getting into ball usage and actually people's actual value to the team, what they bring to the offense, what they bring to the defense, and how they're used, and who's on the floor with them at the time. It's so it's a lot. So that's interesting. I like it. I like where it's going though. Let me just say what's up to a couple people, and I want to get over to Jay Boogie because I know he's been waiting and he's in the whip, so he's pulled over. You know what I mean?
And tell people to like too.
Yes, definitely, guys. Please like that, hit that like button on your way in, on your way out, whatever you got to do. Just show your love to the show. You see how many? Look, we bringing them out, baby. Bring them out. I don't got the TI clip because I would have put it. But anyway, shout out to Margaret Edwards in the building. Salute, Margaret. It's always good to see you. I hope you're doing well. J Tap is here. Salute, J Tap. Thomas Banks. I don't know. I may have already shouted him out, but I'm gonna shout you out again. Thomas. Joel is in the building. Salute, Joel. My guy Keyshawn is in the building. Salute. D Coolest 718 is here. Salute. Hit him up is here. Salute. White Falcon is in the building. Jordo 1334 is in the building. And we got Keith Turner here. Jay from PR is in the building. Jimmy Henry's in the building. And my guy, Lion of Judah, is in the building. Shalom. I feel like I'm in Romper Room, and I see Michael, I see Bobby, and I see. Okay, anyway, you know where I'm going. And also, I want to shout out my guy, who is on the panel as well. We'll get to you in a little bit, brother. Danny Landis is in the building. Salute, my guy. What's good, brother? So, Jay Boogie, thank you for patiently waiting. What's going on, brother? How you feeling? Uh-oh. All that waiting, now we lost him. He's getting lost in the sauce. Jay Boogie, you in the building? Oh, man, he in a bad... Oh, there he goes. There he goes. Yeah, you... Oh, man.
There he was.
In the Matrix, bro.
Oh, man. By the way, Sherman, okay, I admit it. I'm an RJ hater. I admit it. Okay, fine. I don't like his game. I'm sorry.
Jay Boogie, you know what? I'm gonna put the link back in the chat. You jump out and come back in with the link. Okay, cool. I'm gonna put the link out there anyway, just in case.
Are you an RJ hater, or you just don't like his game?
I'm not a hater, but he's a guy that has a lot to go. And
that's a hater to Sherwin.
Oh, it is. Well, then it is that. He don't play a lick of defense. Yeah, not a favorite of him. But I mean, look, listen, you're 450. You're one of the 450 players in the league. You're the third pick of the draft. You can't hate on the elite crop of NBA players. So that's why I don't use that.
20 points a season, 20 points a game.
Hey, Wiz, you seen D's show yesterday, right?
Yeah,
was hitting it yesterday. Now D did an interesting thing. He went team by team and went over everybody's roster. And what hit me most is the so many opportunities the Knicks missed to add players, either for the small forward or power forward, right, D? I mean, they just missed out. I mean, you were going through all the teams in the East, and I mean, it was just a bunch of players, man, that we could have acquired, And I just don't think with these guys want to work, man. To do a 3-team deal, it's too hard.
I know that's true. Good point. I know they're risk averse. I know it's their season right now to get a new contract, and they don't make a mistake, and they feel playing it safe is making running it almost again with Dante minus Obi. And
I'm just tired of I'm just tired of seeing draft picks, number one picks, go to get rid of players, man. You know, we attach one to get rid of Knox, we attach one to get rid of Cam. You know, we got better uses for those picks, man.
Yep.
That's the way I feel.
Draft
I mean,
Trevor Keels. We get to Trevor
and
Keels.
a big point Josh made. You ain't gonna be able to keep doing that, man. You ain't gonna keep being able to sign free agent. What happens when Julius' time is up? We going to pay him the max bag. We need to have somebody in the wings to, train to take his spots, man. But if we ain't drafting, we're taking away a big asset in our development and our team.
Well,
and we haven't drafted in 2 years.
The only thing is, Double A, it's just the pattern of the NBA. Like you have a team with whatever assets you start to develop and cultivate, right? You get some young players, you start to roll things over, you find out which one of these players can play, and you actually continue to rock with them, and you start to kind of plug in and play a couple of veteran players that might be able to add more value to your team and take them to a higher level. But at a certain point, listen, playing time is limited already. Tibbs' rotation is a 9-10 man if you're lucky.
8.5,
right?
8.5.
8.5, right? So if you bring in, say the Knicks had a draft pick that's not a number one because they're too good of a team to get these high level draft picks. They would be more mid first round, something like that, right? You bring in a guy like that. You know how Thibodeau works, right? Thibodeau puts you through the gambit. Usually first year players don't even really get to play that much. So think about that. When you're trying to win a championship or be a contender, under Tom Thibodeau, those guys got to work. They got to understand his system. They got to understand his mindset and do what he wants them to do out there. And he also wants them to learn, like watch what everybody else is doing. So that guy you draft that first year, he's probably not going to get a lot of burn. Then you go into the second year. Now, those other guys that you already drafted, plus the guys you already got, are getting better, or at least you would hope they get better. So they deserve the same playing time, because if you give them less playing time, they're not as effective. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why sometimes when you get to a certain level, these draft picks don't matter as much, because you're just not going to be able to play them, especially with a coach as rigid as Tibbs.
With Tibbs. But is it worth having a coach like that, to sacrifice our future, man? Yeah, and the next 3 years with Brunson, Randall, and RJ, we're going to be competitive, I think. Yeah, but we ain't going to get to the championship.
But that's the thing.
But the alternative, Ron,
go ahead, Josh. Go ahead.
If you're winning games, you're not going to be drafting that high anyway. The picks don't matter. That's why you have teams like Milwaukee and Phoenix, and they're basically going all in, giving up on their draft picks because they're trying to contend and win right now. If you're contending and you're winning games right now, you're not going to be drafting that high enough to get said player anyway. Right. So the Knicks basically, they have a ton of young players, right? RJ is included in that, right? They drafted him high, but I think he's on it, he's not, where we all think he should be. They have a ton of these mid-tier players that they drafted, young players, we want to develop them and things of that nature, but they aren't game changers. Knicks don't have that. Right. And precisely if you're continuing to win, you're not going to be drafting that high anyway. That's why you have those teams who are winning that are giving up their picks because they just want to keep that going.
But we have holes to fill. We have holes to fill that we got guys like McBride on the bench. Okay, what's he supposed to be? What we draft him for? To be a point guard, the backup point guard. But you mentioned he's not a ball handler. He doesn't add what we need right now. We got Jericho Sims. I'm thinking on the mindset Jericho Sims should get some backup power forward minutes instead of Josh Hart. But, there's a lot of people, rightfully so, don't think he's up for it. So all these young guys that you say that we're accumulating and stuff, they're not fitting any need, and we got a coach that is sacrificing winning. But I think you got to have some sort of balance, Josh. You know what I mean? If you look at every NBA champion, okay, you look at our own champions, they were homegrown, bro. They were homegrown as guys we developed and made into superstars. The only thing we've been doing is, we're looking at everybody else's stuff, trying to get an MB.
But the thing is, see, Walt Frazier was drafted high. Willis Reed was drafted high. The Knicks drafted those guys number 1, number 2, top 5 overall, and that's what would happen. But the Knicks are not in that position. Quite frankly, we've been in the middle. We've been in that little teetering position where we're not drafting high. And the chance that we got to draft someone really high, we drafted RJ Barrett, and he, quite frankly, isn't that player. He just isn't.
that's-
You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
I want you to keep
And I
something
agree
else
with
in mind too, just real quick, Josh, is that because I don't want is that this issue of not getting the players to properly develop and draft, this has been an issue before this. This has been an issue before
Yes.
CAA jumped into the building for decades. So just want to
100%.
Right, I was
100%.
piggyback
And I get it. I get the frustration. I understand the frustration. You're right.
Right, but here's
Yeah,
another factor.
and we don't draft high because we've never taken the stance like we're going to rebuild. We never did a true rebuild where we said we're going to break it down and that, so we don't lose enough to get the first step. I mean, we drafted RJ third, but you're right. Before that, our only number one pick was what, 1985, Patrick Ewing. We haven't had a number one pick since 1985. It's just we haven't picked a direction to say, look, this is what we're going to do. We're going to break it down and we're going to start from scratch.
Right.
Which
makes it very tough.
Everyone's saying that we're 1 star away, 1 superstar away. And I'm saying that we are 2 above average players away, because I think we could actually win replacing those 2 spots that have guys like a Jrue Holiday. And you threw a Kuzma out there, but whether it's Miles Bridges or Mikal, or I know Brandon Ingram is a star to people, but I'm just saying that if we improve those spots significantly without superstars, that is a complete enough team to really be competitive to win the CCF. I think if we have 5 across the board that are, I don't want to say Brunson level, but above RJ's level, and I've developed Grimes if he steps up, but someone above that level, which is Jrue to me, we have a potential winning team across the board, especially if they played 2-way. So I don't look for a superstar. I'm not going to pray for the Embiid or the Giannis or anybody else. I'm like, there are players out there to be had that are in that niche where not a superstar, but there's so much better what we have right now. Our team that's going to be competitive to be second rounder at least, and 50+ wins, could be a 55-win ECF team by changing those 2 spots.
Okay. I mean, look, Wiz, look, I think you make some good points, and I think we kind of agree that it's true. Like, if you can build out the roster that way, yeah, and kind of shore up certain spots, weaknesses, you put yourself in the best possible position to be in true contention. I get it. I hear you. Damn it, I was just about to get over to Jay Boogie and we lost him. Well, hopefully we get him back. He's out there, like, he looks like he's in a bad, he's been moving around in bad spots out there, but hopefully we can get him back.
You said that the Knicks have not picked a direction. I disagree. I think they have picked a direction.
They have.
Obviously, if you're going to go out and win games and build a competitive team, your direction is not to go out and rebuild and be a lottery team, right? So that's the direction that they're going in, and I say stick to it. Stick to it. Like, and there's nothing wrong with going out to get players to come in here if they're not homegrown, to go out and win. The Lakers went out, they got LeBron James and AD, and they won champion. They were champions, right? I mean, it's, as a fan, I know exactly what you're saying. You want your own homegrown guys. You want to build them. You want to see them grow from being young pups to being whatever. But for the Knicks right now, that's just not the reality. And really, it goes back to RJ Barrett. That's what we're talking about. Let's just take the cat out the bag. We're talking about RJ Barrett. For real, we are. Like, he is not that guy. He's a good player. I think he's going to be a good NBA player, but he ain't no star. He ain't Zion. He ain't none of that. You feel me?
There's been plenty of players picked outside the top 10 that've been stars in the NBA that are stars now. It's not only the lottery picks.
Do you see one on the Knicks roster right now?
No, but that's us. You know what I mean? That's us. That's our team. That's who we are. That's been our record. We've struck out the high picks that we have had. We've struck out.
Yeah, things happen because Porzingis was a good pick.
I mean, the pick, you go back to Knox, Ntilikina, there was plenty of people picked after those 2 that would have still been playing for us, been balling for us.
Right. Damn it. It's just the timing. Danny, there he goes. Danny. Can you hear me, Danny?
Danny.
Yo, loud and clear.
What's up, brother? Sorry, man. Sorry for the wait. We jam-packed today. We got the spitters out here, boy. We hitting you with some stuff today. So I appreciate you rocking and being patient. One thing before you go, Danny, I just wanted to say, before you speak, I don't think a lot of Knicks fans aren't ready for it, and I understand it. But we're at that point, right? Business-wise, we're at the next step. But I know you guys look at the team and you say, I don't know if we're there. But the Knicks are
We're
there.
scared. We're scared, Ron. That's
Business.
what it is. Knicks fans are scared. They're not ready for this. They don't want to admit that the team is actually winning games right now, and they're actually doing better, and they actually could be at that level because it's a lot. It sets you up for heartbreak. That's what it is. I mean, let's be frank. Let's be real about this. Knicks fans aren't ready. We aren't ready. I mean, we're hungry, but we aren't ready because we've been let down before, and that's okay. But just admit that. Like, let's not be scared to make moves, gentlemen. You know,
I think we should all understand that we're a good team, right? It's not about being great. We're not great yet, but we're a good team. I think we all know that. Fans, if you don't know that, we're a good team. Okay, we're a good team. If you win 40+ games, if you're top 4, top 5, 2 out of the last 3 years, you made the playoffs, you're a good team. It is what it is. I mean, you know, we still got some work to do, but we're a good team at least. Anyway, back to you, Danny. I'm sorry. What's your thoughts, brother?
Cool.
Well, how do you feel about Jrue, Holiday, and how are you doing personally? How's everything?
Everything's good, man. My son starts practice on Wednesday, and the first game of the season is Sunday.
Nice.
Everything's great.
There you go.
I got him his new Greek Freaks for basketball. He's ready to go.
But if it's nothing else, it's got to give him some incentive to go out there and do his thing.
He's ready. What do you think about that? What do you think about that trade? That Lillard that crushed kind of people's dreams of Giannis coming to New York at some point?
No, I don't think it does. I don't think it does anything. If anything, it's a show and tell. Like now, Damian Lillard and Giannis have to work. It has to look good on paper first, which it does, and then it's got to look good on the court. We haven't seen it on the court yet. We don't even know if they have chemistry. I mean, I'm sure they will, but I'm just saying, there's ifs. You don't know. If Chris Middleton is not healthy or is not the same type of player he was before, and they've already lost the defensive presence in Jrue Holiday, and say what you will about Dame Lillard, is he a monster offensively? Yes, but it goes back to what I always say about all of these star players in the NBA. They don't play defense. For the most part, they don't play defense. So he's just another one. So that's something they're gonna have to figure out. Maybe they outscore teams, but we'll see. So look. Just because they got Damian Lillard doesn't mean they're going to win the championship. Let's see if they can get out the first round first. Now I can say that since they got smoked last year.
Come on, Ron, that's unfair. Come on, man.
Did they not get smoked out the first round? I mean,
yeah, but there was a lot of extenuating circumstances with that.
I agree. But remember, they're also going.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say they're also going into it with a new coach.
They are. But in regards to the whole defense thing, listen, as a Knicks fan, we love defense, right? We love all of that. You got to be able to score. You got to be able to put the ball in the hole. Okay, yeah, defense win championships. That is the most cliche thing I've ever heard. I think in today's NBA, you got to score. You got to put the ball in the basket, right? Denver was not a great defensive team. They had some defensive players on their roster, but they were all about their offense. Jokic, using him to pass the ball, him leading the team in assists, whatever. That's what it's about in today's NBA. So this whole defense thing, I get it, but you got to be able to score. I'm sorry. And the Knicks, too far for too long, have not been able to put the ball in the hole. And our offense has been stagnant. Our offense has not had any type of rhythm to it whatsoever. And we're depending on guys to be sharpshooters in our offense from a stagnant position. And that's why teams like Miami can come out and beat us and put a good defensive strategy against us, because we can't score and we don't have the guys. Particularly without Quickly. I'm going to go back to him again. Without Quickly in that Miami series, that series was over, right? You know what I mean? And coaching has a lot to do with that. So we can go into the whole coach thing. I don't want to go into that because that's going to stray way off and open up a whole nother can of worms. But you got to be able to score. So these offensive players, the star players in the NBA, yeah, they probably don't play defense. But so what? So what? The defense is a team philosophy, in my opinion. The Knicks haven't had any lockdown defenders over the years, but Tom Thibodeau's had these guys ready to play defense. You know what I'm saying? Dallas, when they had Brunson and Luka, those two individually are not great defensive players, but they stopped some teams. They had to stop Utah when they played Donovan Mitchell and all of them. You know what I mean? And they didn't even have a big. They had, what's the guy? Dwight Powell. He's not a defender. So defense is a team philosophy. You know what I'm saying? And all the while, we're talking about Jrue Holiday, who is an individual great defender. And teams, and we still have a problem with that. We still have a problem with going out and getting a guy who's a proven winner, efficient as hell. You know what I mean? Like, so I just.
Oh, the man got you, Josh. You spitting too much heat. About to tell the trade.
No. I was saying. We still have a problem. We got a guy like Jrue Holiday who was talking about going out and getting, who's an individually a really good defender, right? Offensively, I think he helps the team, and we still have an issue with it, right? So again, I just think you gotta go out and swing the bat. Holding on to all these assets, like, and all these young players, like, it's not doing anything for you because the NBA is an arms race. There was one point that I didn't mention earlier, but someone else mentioned it. What if Boston gets a hold of Jrue Holiday, or Miami, or Brooklyn, or any one of these other teams in the Eastern Conference? That pushes us back way even like further. So you got to be able to swing the bat. Like, I understand as a Knicks fan the hesitation because of the letdown and the disappointments. Not one player is not going to take us to championship contention. Not one player. It's going to take a team to do so, right? So I guess people are looking at the Jrue Holiday move as, well, it's not going to get us to a championship, so I don't want to do it. But you can't look at it that way because the Knicks are still going to have a lot left in the cupboard to be able to go make more moves after that. You continue to build. But this waiting game, I mean, it doesn't make any sense in today's NBA. I'm sorry. It just doesn't.
By the way, you know why Bill Parcells picked up a backup quarterback last week? To prevent the Jets from getting that guy.
Bill Parcells?
In football, no, about football, yeah. Parcells.
I know who Bill Parcells is, but I don't know where he.
Belichick.
Yeah, I was like, what? Okay, continue.
Sorry. Belichick picked up a backup quarterback to stop the Jets from getting him, right? And that's my fear about Jrue, is that we got to stop Boston from. Boston is what I fear the most, but Miami too. I mean, any of those three, Indiana, Miami, or Boston, getting him, is a chance I'm going to face one of those guys in the first round. Another potential team we're going to lose in the first. I don't want to lose in the first round. I want to take away every possible weapon they can get from getting him. That doesn't cost us a lot, and it's not going to be a lot to give up Fournier. And I know you people don't want to let go of IQ, but there is IQ and Jrue instead of IQ is an upgrade. Jrue instead of grounds is an upgrade. You know, definitely Deuce upgrade. Yes, it may have to get on iHeart.
Bulldog.
All upgrade. So I'm just saying, it's a defensive move. Talk about defensive championship. This is a defensive move. Get Jrue to prevent the other team from getting them, and that's a defensive move. So defense in that case will win championship because I'll stop another team from getting them. But again, he can play 3 spots. He can defend 3 spots. I mean, and the guy's clutch. The guy's accurate. I mean, he got his assist ratio. Man, I mean, everything. I don't see a flaw except some people are seeing another 6'4", and that's the only flaw because the Knicks are a 6'4" team.
Playoffs.
I gotta pull the trigger, man. I gotta pull the trigger. And
well, listen, I hear you, Wiz, and you know what? That point that was brought up about the Celtics, in general, I would think that'd be a little far-fetched, but no, there's some reality to it because Malcolm Brogdon is not happy currently in the Boston situation with the fact that he was offered in trades. I don't know why. It's business, so you should expect your name's going to come up.
Exactly.
But apparently, he's not happy. I talked about this on the NBA wrap-up, that apparently some people even thought that he might even kind of hold out or sit out from training camp. That's how upset he was. So,
but Ron, does Boston have the cap space to sign him?
Well, see, here's the thing.
They signed
nobody.
All they got to do is trade for him, right? But
who they got?
Brogdon makes around $23 million per year. Jrue
35,
30, yeah. So they'd have to put a little something to it, but in their mind, they might think it's worth it to make that type of move. You've seen them; they've made more questionable moves. So I don't know. They got rid of some of their defensive backbone. how good would that team be if they somehow flipped Malcolm Brogdon and somebody else to make the salary works, and then you have Jrue Holiday, Tatum, and I don't even want to talk about it. You get it. That's just crazy.
Hold on a second.
Hold on
a second. Wait, just hold on a second. I want to address something real quick. There's 91 people watching, and we don't even have 50 likes right now. Guys, it is literally free. You're right, 500,000 paragraphs, but won't hit the damn like button. It is free and helps the channel grow. Please, guys.
Come on.
Yeah, you know what? Please hit that like button. There's like Dee said, we're down about 40 likes. So we're gonna pause the show until you hit that like button.
I just want to say, again, I gotta let everybody know the notion, the whole game about waiting for free agency, that is done in the NBA. Those are done because players. The first point, the players are realizing that they can make more by signing with their own teams. They make more money that way. So waiting for free agency is not necessarily going to get players paid more money. So that's why players are signing and staying with their teams, first of all. Second of all, 2 years ago, 28 out of the 30 teams were over the salary cap. If you're over the salary cap, you can't sign anybody unless you have some exceptions, things of that nature,
right,
which a lot of teams don't have. So the whole game about waiting for guys to become free agents, everyone's like, well, Giannis can opt out, and he at this particular moment and opt out. He's not going to do that. And the only reason he would is because it's a signing trade. It's going to be a trade. So players are becoming acquired via trade nowadays. The whole waiting free agency game, those days are done. LeBron and the decision, players are not doing that anymore. So you're going to have to give up something to get something. That's the game in the NBA. That's how it works. Waiting for Donovan Mitchell to become a free agent won't matter. The Knicks are right at that luxury tax threshold. They don't have money to sign Donovan Mitchell, so it's going to have to be a trade regardless. You know what I mean?
And if they want to, real quick, if they want to get free agents, how would it look better if you actually make it like to the ECF with Jrue Holiday, then get knocked out in the first round or second round with Grimes and IQ? I'm just saying, if you have the team set up for your player to come ready, all you need is that one spot like Toronto did. We just need that one star. What are the chances that guy is going to be like, yeah, I'll wait or I'll pass on that? No, if they see that set up and they go, all you need is me to fill in that spot and we got it, they'll jump right away. So either argument, free agency is no longer the path, or if the free agent comes available or someone demands a trade, they're going to say, send me there. That's why Dame said send me to Miami. He knew in Miami he'll fill a spot and they're contenders. They were NBA finalists. That's what he saw. Right now, the Knicks are in the mid-range right now. I don't know any superstar right now is going to say, oh, if they add me to the mix, we're contenders. We're championship contenders. I don't know if we're there right now. With Jrue, I think we're there.
I have a question, right? Because, Josh was talking about, the NBA evolving and growing into different directions. When I want you guys to do me a favor, and it's the chat too. How many teams have won a championship and acquiring the way that the NBA does it today? As far as like KD leaving half season, or, James Harden asking out when it was with Brooklyn and stuff like that. And when they were free agents. See, because LeBron became a free agent in order to get 3 championships in Miami, or was it 2, whatever it was. Kawhi Leonard was a free agent, if I'm not mistaken, when he went to Toronto. Am I correct in that thinking?
No, he was traded for DeRozan.
He was traded for DeRozan.
He was traded. He was traded.
Okay.
Yeah.
My point being is that LeBron also was a free agent when he went to LA. And then they had a whole bunch of the young guys there, and they cashed them out for AD. So my thing is that with the way how the NBA is going, how many teams have really prospered from that, as opposed to waiting 2 guys to free agency?
You're talking about from trades? You're talking about?
Yeah, correct.
Right. I mean, LeBron would probably be the best example of that. It would have to be LeBron, right? Because but I think for the most part, recently, Milwaukee, they had their homegrown guy in Giannis, right? Denver, they had their homegrown guy in Jokic, right? So people will point mostly to that. But to answer your question, I mean, there probably hasn't been many except LeBron. There really hasn't, right? And Jrue Holiday, And Jrue Holiday, they traded for him. They traded 3 first-round picks to get him, but he wasn't the number one marquee guy for that. They had Giannis already, right?
True.
But I'm just saying, and the position that the Knicks are in right now, there is no other way. They can't wait for free agency, and they can't wait for RJ
to draft, right?
or quickly. Yeah, to draft. They can't. So they don't have no other choice.
So that's
the only
great,
alternative
right?
is just the only alternative is just to wait and hope and pray that RJ turns into whatever.
Which is not a great business strategy. But what I will say is that the reason why I asked that question is because, you know, we talk about all these scenarios and we talk about all these different directions, but things that always interest me are things that I can look at as evidence and see it work, right? So, like, for example, like last year, right? Denver Nuggets won the championship. Michael Porter Jr., Jamal Murray, and Jokic are homegrown. Miami acquired Jimmy, free agency. Bam Adebayo, homegrown. The rest of that roster was practically homegrown, right? J-Leaguers, right? I go to the year before. I look at Boston, Tatum, Brown, Robert Williams III, Marcus Smart at that time, homegrown. Golden State Warriors, we already know, homegrown for the exception of the Durant thing. Milwaukee Bucks, you just mentioned it. Yeah, and it's homegrown. Chris Middleton is homegrown because they picked him up in the second season. So that's homegrown. Phoenix, where they had Booker, they had Ayton, they had Bridges, that's homegrown. Lakers, we already know that's that.
Warriors.
Yeah, I mentioned the Warriors already.
You mentioned the Warriors already.
But even with Toronto, even with Kawhi there, Siakam, homegrown. Fred VanVleet, homegrown. You see? And then go to State. San Antonio.
Also, right?
Was that?
Okay.
OG is homegrown too, right?
But OG didn't play a lot that year. So that's why I didn't add him. San Antonio, homegrown. Already know. So you see where I'm getting at here. And there are a few anomalies that go, and I could literally go through like the last 40 years, but there are a few anomalies that are in between. But most of the time,
LeBron is the anomaly. LeBron.
Correct. And even count Durant to a certain degree because he did change the face of the NBA by coming to Golden State. But don't forget, those guys were top 3 players at that time. So you know that changes the thing. But my point is that most of the NBA, it's homegrown, or a really big free agent comes into a scenario that was being homegrown.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So the question.
Well, Josh, hold on one second, because the conversation is so good. We're gonna keep rolling, but I gotta get my guy Jay Boogie in here.
Sorry,
Jay Boogie.
Yeah, you're right.
Salute, man. Shout out to y'all great men, man. I was in different areas trying to, be in a good spot where I could come on, but we all got patience. We can make it work. Y'all guys are great doing what y'all doing. Shout out to the chat on this great college football Saturday. Shout out to all y'all great men. Shout out to my man Double A, and I ain't talking about the batteries. Shout out to my man Danny Landon, the plain boss. Shout out to Wiz, the chef, not the boy ID, but just the chef. Shout out to my youngest uncle, And these world is this, the world is yours. Shout out to my guy. Shout out to my man Ron, always holding it down, doing what he's doing to the fullest, man. And hope everybody in a great form of health. I love everything that y'all talking about, and I hear the situation y'all speaking upon. And I know the scenarios about, we needing pieces and everything, but I'm a chess player, and I always set up my moves with my pawns, and my pawns are already on this team. I need rooks, I need horses, I need those type pieces so I can get to the queen and do what I got to do. That's what needs to be done. We don't have a #1 all-star on this team. So for me to bring Jrue over here like he went with the Milwaukee, that's a different scenario. But bringing Holiday over here, my question is, what is Holiday going to do for us next year? Are we just renting this piece? Because we don't know what he's going to do next year. He's a free agent. And then with him being a free agent, right, I'm not giving him extension for I give not give my point guard extension. I'm not giving these guys money before my other guys get situated. But the only ones I can give money has got to be amongst the major super player on this team. I know, this guy, he can fit all the pieces to help us do what we can do. I know Boston will be a killer team if they get him. I know Miami will go back to making up their team because they didn't get Dame. I know and understand that. But if I'm in a series and I lose to Boston, I'm okay with it, even though I might be upset. Or if I lose to Milwaukee, I'll be upset because those teams are still a little bit better than us. But putting one person on this team is not going to make this team become who we're supposed to be. I need a bona fide superstar on this team, not a pawn. We got it. When I mean by pawns, I'm talking about another 6'3", 6'4 guy. We got a bunch of those guys. We still talking about these guys playing power forward and being a sub for Julius because we don't even know if he come back. We don't even have a solidified 3. And all the draft picks and everything, it's not about what draft pick you have. It's about the draft that you make. Our franchise got set back on the draft choices that we make. Let's go back to Frank, set us back. Let's go back to Kevin Knox, set us back. You know what I'm saying? Let's go back to Obi, even though he's in Indiana. We shouldn't have grabbed Obi, set us back. Okay, we were supposed to have grabbed RJ. It was the 3rd pick. But everybody in the world, we thought we was going to get a number 1 pick, at least number 2. But really, right now, the way RJ is playing is stiff. That set us back. So drafting has set us back. 4 draft picks has set this franchise back. And it's hard to catch up when you miss against other teams. They're nailing on their draft picks, man. But you can't make it up by just going to get somebody because we're a franchise that's looking for an all-star player. I'm not just going to go spend this money and get this guy all this money, and my point guard don't even have an extension. Shoot, Leon ain't even got an extension. So what I look like extending him next year, I'm not looking about this year. I need years and years to come. And next year, I don't know if Holiday going to stay here. I don't know if he's going to want to fit here. I don't know if he's going to want to share the backcourt with anybody. He's good being a 3rd option here behind Brunson and behind Julian because he's used to playing behind Middleton and playing behind Giannis. But I don't know if he want to go somewhere else and do somewhere else. And I ain't giving that man no $35 million per year. And I'm not giving up Grimes right now in this trade because Grimes only had 1 full complete year. So I'm out still open for Grimes because he showed me that he has a lot of potential to do something in his first full year. In his first year in the playoffs. I'm not giving up on him. I do something else, Evan and all them other guys, but I'm not just going chasing a guy because he's free and other people talking about him, trying to match him up to our team and everything. We need to get out of the conversation that every time somebody becomes available, we chasing and running these guys down, man. People need to start running to us. And now we got a general. Let the general go ahead and recruit. But he can't recruit a trade. He can recruit free agents, and that's why he's here. And let that man do that, man. But until then, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to give up all these trade accesses and pieces and stuff for a guy that's not a superstar. You know what I'm saying? A megastar, an all-star. Yeah, I already got that in Julius. I need a superstar or a megastar on this team for a megastar franchise and a megastar city. That's what I want. I don't want no more pawns. I need rooks, horses to go get the queen. Checkmate. Just like that, man.
Yes.
That's fair. That's fair. Let me.
Do we have the assets to do that at this moment in time?
I just want to say, to D's point and to Jay Boogie's point, salute to you, OG. It's all love. Love you, man. Love you.
What's up, brother?
What I want to say is, we know what the Knicks have done in the past. The question is, how do we move forward? Are you telling me that you, like, as people who love homegrown players, that you would accept Leon Rose? Well, he's not going to have a press conference about it or talk to us about it, but you would accept a philosophy from the Knicks from right now, where we're at right now, with Brunson, with Randall, of us tanking, of us going back into the draft. That's what I'm saying. So how do we proceed forward? We talk about the homegrown players, and we know that D is right. Like the proof is in the pudding. Draft somebody that's homegrown and develop him to become that player. But from where we're at right now, how do we get to that point? That's the question I have. I don't think there is a way that we would accept as a fan base for us to get to that point. We'll going back into the draft. It's either we think RJ Barrett is going to become that player or quickly or whoever, or we don't. And right now, I don't. And I'm sure most of this panel doesn't. So how do we get to that point?
Josh, you're right. And I think you guys misunderstood me earlier when I was saying we didn't pick a direction. I meant we haven't picked that direction, rebuilding from scratch ever.
Got you.
I didn't mean that we're not picking a direction now. I know we're in a win now situation. I mean, like you said, we got no choice now. We're in deep. But to back up D's point, D, you forgot one team that won a championship homegrown.
Hit me.
The New York Knicks.
Back in those days. Right.
It's no coincidence that that's our only 2 championships when we got our homegrown core and we added pieces to get us over the top. So my whole thing was, brother, I wasn't saying we don't pick a direction now. Our direction now is win now. So I back up what you say, and I back up what Boogie says. We need to do the best we can to get what we can, because it's too late now to build from scratch unless we decide, okay, get rid of everybody and start from scratch. That's impossible.
Well, let me do this because I want to change the topic, because this is a hotbed. I didn't realize that this topic was going to be so juicy. Okay, but I like it. I like the conversation, and with the amount of people we have on the panel, it definitely lends to a lot of different opinions, a lot of different thoughts and takes. Let me shout out the chat once again, guys. Please, listen. Do what this says.
Smash that button. Break that button.
Please.
Smash it.
Shout out to you guys. Ron Sarmiento is in the building. What's good, Ron? Always good to see you. My guy Boulevard 73 is in the building. Salute, brother. If you guys haven't tuned in, please support their show, 719 Boys, 10 a.m. tomorrow. Salute to him. And I thank you always for supporting us here. Billy Goat is in the building. Salute to you, my brother. Thank you. Knicks 100 is in the building. Salute. Ariel De Jesus is in the building. I'm going to bring up what Ariel said in a minute, because I think that's interesting, and there's 2 ways to look at it. Okay. Yep. But before I do that, Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous super chat, my brother. He says, this is what he said earlier, but we've been so crazy with the conversation, I didn't get a chance to get to it. He said, Knick fans weren't let down at all in 2022-23, y'all. I mean, I definitely think that is the truth. If you look at 2021-22, that was a letdown season. So the fact that we were able to get 47 wins and get into the second round of the playoffs, I don't think that's a letdown. I think we didn't capitalize because there was an opportunity there that presented itself that Miami took, but we did outperform what we've done. We made it to the second round for the first time in 10 years, guys. So it cannot be a letdown. You can't look at it as a letdown. Could we have done more? Yeah, the window was open, but it is what it is.
Yeah. I thought you were talking about the season before. I got confused.
No,
with the numbers, he's 100% right.
Yeah. And then Paris, thank you for the other generous super chat. He said, didn't we draft Obi because Randall stunk up the joint? Why is that not the story? Off again and on again. Randall is why we wasted that pick. Blame him. No, I mean, we drafted Obi because he, in some minds, was one of the best talents available, and they didn't think he was going to fall to 8. In hindsight, he probably should have fell out of the top 10, but that's besides the point.
He was the best player available at the time, and the Knicks, who needed talent overall at that point, that's the reason why they drafted Obi, right? And, Halliburton, I get that. Some people wanted Halliburton, but Obi at the time, the Knicks needed talent on the roster, and that's why we drafted Obi Toppin. He was the national
and Leon Rose loved Obi. That's another thing. Leon was really high on Obi. So when he fell to our spot, he was like ecstatic. And you can't blame the guy. Like, Obi looked like a really good college player.
Hey, Ron, real quick, to Paris Duggar's point, I just want to put this out there. Let's say the Knicks, for one reason or another, don't get to the level that we think we should, right? I think the option of trading Julius Randle is still on the table, right? And if we were to move him, for whatever, I'm putting it out there. I don't foresee it happening anytime soon. But if we were to move him for a guard or a wing player, let's not act like Obi Toppin back to the Knicks won't be a thing. I think we can still go back and get Obi Toppin. Because I think that relationship is still there. Because we have his brother, the whole CA connection, I think I'm not ruling that out at all. Particularly if the Knicks, get rid of Randall and they get somebody else in here. I'm not sleeping on that. Jay Boogie put me on to that a minute ago. Now, not necessarily bringing back Obi. This is before Obi got traded. But I think they really like Obi, and they didn't really want to move him.
I think Tibbs did in Obi. And
Tibbs is the issue with Obi. That we know.
So Tibbs will have to be gone if Obi comes back.
Right,
correct. And that could happen too.
And I've always said this. I think if they move on from Randall, they move on from Tibbs. I think that's what the Knicks are thinking, like deep in it. I think one of those two dominoes, one of those guys fall, or Tibbs, I think Randall will be gone too.
I could see that. Josh, that's not.
It's hard
that's
to think
not
about it right now, but that's something I think.
So Josh, let me ask you a question, right? Like, say for Randall to leave here, what would have to happen?
The team does not get back to the second round. So
if they lose in a competitive first round, Randall could be gone?
I think Tibbs will be the first domino to fall. And I think when Tibbs falls, because I think Tibbs is on the clock. I've always said that. I think Tibbs is on the clock. When Tibbs goes, and there's a new coach that comes in here, and Randall, I think, is not has the same role in the offense as he currently has. I think that's going to spell that Randall might want out. And I think because of his contract being so friendly, we'll be able to move him. And he's an All-NBA All-Star player, so teams are going to want him, right? So I am not dismissing that. Of course, as a Knicks fan, right, I don't want to see the Knicks lose in the first round. I don't want to see that happen, right? Because it spells us going backwards, and that's why I'm bringing up this scenario. But I think for sure Tibbs will be the first domino to go, and then I think Leon Rose and the front office will be open to moving Randall because the amount of time he has on his contract and the fact that he makes so much money that he can be able to attract said star player, and that's going to open up that fourth spot right along for us to come back and go get Obi. I think they really like him, and I think Obi has a good season this year, by the way, too.
I mean, that's
something. Sorry.
Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, I was gonna say in a second, the player's gonna have their own say so because the commissioner put it out to about some of these agents and everything, staying out of the way. You know what I'm saying? Guys is talking about they don't want their clients to go here and go there because, you know what I'm saying, they ain't up under the same umbrella. In a second, all that's going to be eliminated. And me personally, I'm glad, you know what I'm saying, Julius was able, you know what I'm saying, I ain't going to say the word, but Julius made the decision. I'm not going CAA because I'm sick and tired of all these agent names and agent talks, you know what I'm saying. Go get the ball player that can handle his business and do what he got to do. As soon as the players start being and telling their agents, no, let me go here, you know what I'm saying, the organization, they doing what they're supposed to do and they willing to pay me instead of the agent telling the player where he wants him to go because there's a better fit as far as amongst his, you know what I'm saying, or what he's representing. Sooner or later, that's gonna be completely out the window. And I like what Josh is saying about, Tibbs is on the clock. No, let's go a whole lot further than the whole organization is on the clock. You know what I'm saying? Leon don't have an extension. West don't have an extension. Everybody up under Leon Road, nobody has an extension. Everybody is on the clock, and that's on James Dolan. You know what I'm saying? If y'all don't get back to where we was at last year or get further, you know what I'm saying? James might flip out on everybody, and Lord knows, don't come in there and get eliminated in the first round. Nah, he might make changes completely. So I'm not just going to limit just one person. With the whole organization, everybody is up under pressure this season to handle their business and do what they got to do. If you don't show up, James going to have some say-so about what's happening, and he's been completely out the way, and he'll have the rights. When am I going to pay you some more money, and you became worse than what you was last year? And since you've been here, it's been up and down, roller coaster, cycloning, you know what I'm saying? I need to know what's going to happen and where we're going to get to. And you know what I'm saying? Leon going to have to make a big, powerful move that's going to have to impress James Dolan. So when he knock on that door and tell him, yo, cut that check so I can cut the check for everybody. Until then, everybody is up under an umbrella and up under investigation that you need to handle your business.
And Knicks fans don't want to hear that. But Jay Boogie, you're right. You're 100% right. But Knicks fans don't want to hear that because why would we talk about us losing in the first round? We don't want to hear that. We as fans don't want to hear that. You know what I'm saying? But we want to win. And we want to get back to that same point where we was because we love the joy of it. But I think that's something that we all need to consider and think about. Like, we don't want to talk about moving general managers and all that because everything is so fine and dandy right now as it is. But that is something that we should consider and think about, not in the immediate, but like that's a possibility.
That's always there. That's always there. Go ahead, D. What are you gonna say?
So, and you know me, guys. If anybody's heard me, I'm 3 to 5 year drafting developing for 7 to 10 years, right? So, let's say, for example, right, they get exited out the first round this season, right? That means that 3 out of 4 years in this regime, the Knicks would have made the playoffs. That also means that in the last will be 24 years, that is more than what they made in the 20 some odd years before the regime came. So when I'm saying that, and I'm just thinking from the fan perspective here, and I'm saying like if I do those mathematics, I would think that y'all were crazy to think that the whole thing would have to be blown down if they exited the first round, because they literally made the playoffs 3 out of 4 years they've been here, and more than they had in the 20 years prior to them getting here.
And what I say to that, D, is that this is New York City, not Sacramento. I right now just realized that I've just compromised my own standards. I actually would be okay if we make the second round this year, where normally that's unacceptable. I'm a Yankee fan. Championship or bust. But ECF was my minimum, and I just adjusted that, especially because of the Dame deal and the KP with Boston deal, potentially getting Jrue. So now I'm looking at, okay, we make second round, I'll be okay with that. And basically, I'm going back to be a mid-team, a mid-fan. And that's something I just realized that I become that. Maybe because my Giants and Jets suck, and I just will just be happy to make the playoffs. I don't know what it is, but that's something I just realized. I totally compromised my standards because this Knick team is a mid-team.
But people are cool with that because it hasn't been mid in so long.
Right.
I know.
And D, I think you're on to something. And from a fan perspective, you're 100% correct. But I think that's increased pressure on the front office to do something like Jay Boogie was saying, to actually go out and succeed. Because now that standard is different. It's different now. 3-4 years into it, it's way different. It's not just make the playoffs, oh, we're cool with that. From an organizational, James Dolan, from whatever perspective, the goal is to get back to that same level at the very least. And I think there's a huge argument that Tom Thibodeau cost us that playoff series last year against Miami. There's a huge argument to be made. So
I've made some of them. Right.
Yeah, and me too. And James Dolan and Leon Rose and all of that, I think they actually see that. Particularly when that pressure starts getting hot, when the Knicks are winning, there's not going to be just pressure from the fan base. There's going to be pressure from the front office to get back to that same level. So I think that's a great point you brought up. And I think Knicks fans are going to have to come to that reality. But the thing is, we don't want to talk about that because why would we talk about, or at least anticipate, that everything we've built so far getting up to this point can all just be thrown away? You know what I'm saying? Because we're winning, and this is the first winning that we've had in forever. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's a great point by you, Jay Boogie, and Wiz. I think that's a great point.
Yeah, good.
I can agree with that too. I think that there's a lot of truth to all of that. Let me put this up because, like I said, there's two sides to this, right? Oh, where is it? Okay. Well, first off, let me just say what's up to a couple more people. Boogie Down BX is in the building. Greg is in the building. Greg, where you been, man? I haven't seen you in a minute. I hope everything's going well with you. Chris Willard's in the building. What up, Chris? Good to see you. Back in Biz 26 is in the building. Let me put that up. Back in Biz. I don't think I've ever seen you in the chat before. If it's your first time, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Hit that like button. Show your love for the show. Hope you continue to come back. My guy Visions is in the building. Salute to you. And Double D, another Double D in the building. There's a Double D that we used to have come in before. So cool to see you, Double D. Appreciate it.
He's from France, right?
Yeah, he's from France.
Hey, bonjour.
Je m'appelle Rome. Okay, but anyway, thank you for being here. Smash that like button, man. I appreciate you. So, I said I was going to bring this up. Okay, here we go. So, Ariel De Jesus, what's going on, my guy? He usually frequents the Twitter game. I see him a lot on Twitter. He has his own channel, which is really dope. If you guys are into Knick nostalgia, he does breakdown videos and kind of goes into depth about people's stories. He's done, one on like Stephon Marbury. He's done them on different players, and he continues to do them. He's actually getting recognized for it. I think he's got something coming up that he's doing, with MSG or something like that. I don't want to butcher it. I don't remember exactly what it was, Ariel. But yeah, so his channel will feature stuff like that. He did a really good one on Stephon Marbury's story and him coming up and becoming a Knick and then going to Asia and being loved over there. It was really cool. So definitely check him out, Ariel De Jesus on YouTube. So he said, we were just one win away from the Eastern Conference Finals. What is the rush to trade for a 33-year-old?
Can I go first, Ron? Okay. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Let me say this, and then you can go, because there's two parts to this, right?
Yes.
One, he's right. There is truth to it, right? There's truth that we were close to the Eastern Conference Finals, and throughout that process, we weren't getting great play offensively from Grimes. We weren't getting the consistent play from Julius Randle that we saw in the regular season. And we weren't getting much at all from Emmanuel Quickly. So had any combination of those guys stepped up, we could be talking something different right now. You never know.
Cool.
That's fair.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Then there's the flip side. We didn't get that from Julius. We didn't get that from Quickly. We didn't get the offensive game from Grimes. We talk about homegrown talents and work, but are these guys the guys? You could be homegrown all you want, but if you're not the guy, I've seen other homegrown players come through. Cleanthony Early. We're not talking about Cleanthony Early anymore. You know what I mean? I'm not saying these guys are better than Cleanthony, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
That's disrespectful. That's tight disrespectful.
My bad.
Bring up Ronaldo Balkman either.
Yo, Ron,
my bad, guys. My bad. I know that was rough.
Ron,
that was rough. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. I was rough. I'm sorry.
No, you good. You good. I am chomping at the bit with this question. Me and Ariel have been going back and forth on Twitter. You're correct. Great podcast, by the way. Great stuff from him. I mean, we disagree, but this is the simple answer I have to this question.
By the way, hold on, Josh, 1 second. By the way, I didn't see it. Ariel's podcast is called Gold School Retro. So go ahead, Josh.
Jump on the pin.
No, okay. So look, he asked the question. We were one win away from the Eastern Conference Finals. What's the rush to trade for a 33-year-old? My simple answer to that is ask Milwaukee. They traded for a 33-year-old. They traded for 33-year-old Damian Lillard.
There we go.
They traded for 33-year-old Damian Lillard. So that's just one answer to that. Now listen, Jrue Holiday ain't no Damian Lillard. Right, but this notion of the Knicks timeline, that's why the first thing I brought up was the Knicks timeline. What is our timeline? What is our timeline? The NBA is an arms race. That's how it is nowadays. Unfortunately, people want people to stay with their teams forever. That's just not a reality nowadays in the NBA. You have to be able to swing the bat. You have to be able to do it, right? And to answer your question, Ariel, if you follow up with saying, well, they already got Giannis. So then that kills your argument about us being one win away from the Eastern Conference Finals. That kills that argument. Because we don't have a player like Giannis, and we were one win away from the Eastern Conference Finals. Right? So that's my point, Ariel. Like, I understand, you want to keep some of these young guys, but at the end of the day, you got to be able to have guys to get you over the top. You got to be able to have star players. Jrue Holiday may not be a star player, but he is an all-star. He is an all-NBA defender. He is an all-NBA, all-world defender. And the point is, you're not giving up as much as you'll give up for Donovan Mitchell in a trade for Jrue Holiday. You know what I'm saying? And it's a perfect fit. So I just don't understand the hesitancy for going after players. You got to be able to swing the bat. Waiting and all that stuff nowadays does not work in the NBA. The NBA is so volatile. D brought up the point about, homegrown players and stuff like that. But coaches get fired all the time. I brought it up. Front office people get fired all the time for not meeting certain expectations. The NBA is so volatile. Like, one move can change the entire landscape of the NBA, and that's what happened with Damian Lillard. So you got to be able to swing the bat. You have to swing the bat. You have to.
Facts.
Right.
And now the other point is, we can stop right there with your argument right there, Joshua. Not alone just shut it down. But the idea that we're giving up assets, we're not giving up players. We're not taking a team out. We're making up one young guy. How many young guys do we have? We're going to give up one of them and some assets that we still going to have so much more. I mean, come on. The only time our president talked, he talked about 11 first-round draft picks and 11 second-round draft picks, right? So if you have that much asset, we have enough left over.
Well, I don't know if we still have those numbers, but continue. I'm sorry.
Actually, we have 11. We have 11 first round over 7 years, right?
We have
11. So,
okay.
And we're not going to give up unprotected either to the level that Gobert got, right? We may give up one unprotected. So the fact is, we're not even drafting our players anyway, and our draft is going to be scrubs anyway. So no matter what, our scrubs, late round first picks. So it's not like we're giving up the farm. So to make a deal to give Brunson someone who he can rely on, who can actually help protect him, because his defense is so on point that Grimes may get to that level, but it may not be there yet. Maybe he's going to make a step this season, but we know Jrue's defense is there. We know his handle is there. We know his passing is there. We know his confidence is there. He's championship caliber. We know that. So to bring that, and it's going to be the only player with Fournier gone, the only player on our team over 30. But he's still a healthy 30. I mean, I know he had some injuries in the past, but he's still a healthy 33-year-old. And the one veteran on the team will be Jrue Holiday, who's a champion. So imagine our only champion right now, our only veteran right now is Fournier, who's not won anything. And is not even getting a chance to even play, and is talking trash about getting me off the team. So the only guy over 30 we're going to have is a guy who's a championship caliber, and all NBA defense, all-star. I mean, everything we want from a guy to be the leader to show us the path to championship. And you're not willing to give up two assets that are not going to be necessarily that valuable to get the superstar that we may or may not get 2 years from now. And maybe one of our young guys, because we got young guys lined up right now, stacked up in that position right now. So either Grimes or IQ, we got guys right there who can fill in. Dante, Josh, Deuce. I mean, these guys are waiting right there. Go, oh yeah, get him out of the way so I can get a spot. So I'm just saying, we have to we got to pull the trigger, man. We got to pull the trigger.
I got a question for Ariel. And it's a hypothetical, because you want to know what the person's thinking is. If we get bounced out in the first round this year, would you had wished that we had upgraded if we had the opportunity to do so this season?
Great question.
So if Ariel's still in the comments, he can answer.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, as you showed yesterday on the show, man. Teams have gotten better. They didn't stay still. So you got to keep it moving. You just don't think because you had this success one season, it's going to carry on to the next season. Teams don't think. And like Josh said, one of the big reasons for bringing somebody like Jrue on is to give us that extra ball handler, because one of my biggest fears is Tibbs running Brunson into the ground, and to a point he goes in the DL, a la Rose, a la whatever. He just had that habit of just running his players into the ground. And Brunson would be one of them. And Brunson's playing style, he just plays with reckless abandon. And I just think him playing 40 minutes a game at that pace is asking for it.
All right. I mean, that's a fair point. I wanted to piggyback on what Jay Boogie had said before. And then Jay Boogie, you can obviously elaborate or because you've been waiting for a minute, if you want to say something else. I'm not thinking so much about the front office, even though what your point is true. These guys don't have an extension. So I wasn't even thinking about them. But I am thinking more about the players. And I do think that the Knicks are also, in turn, they're trying to be aggressive, right? In the mindset that we know I think we need another star type player or get a star type player in here. But they're also being cautious, right? They don't want to just jump out there because they don't want to make the wrong move. This is a la Paul George. That's why we didn't do it. All right. But then the flip side is I also think that the Knicks are still trying to figure out what we got here. They're still like they're investing money and they're still trying to figure out who are these guys that we are, quickly is about to get paid. And if they don't pay quickly throughout this season, like if they wait till the off season, then I think quickly is under the clock on notice. Like I think they'll definitely be watching his game to see if there's an improvement. I think Quentin Grimes is on the clock. I think they're watching Grimes' game because Grimes is going to be due for an extension the following year. I think RJ Barrett, even though they've already paid him, if RJ doesn't have what I've already said, and it doesn't take much to do, if he doesn't have a better year than he had last year, RJ to me is going to be out of here. I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know exactly when, but I think RJ after this season will be out of here. So I kind of feel like guys are on notice. And then you still got Julius Randle, who I think no matter what, unless the Knicks go to the Eastern Conference Finals, I almost feel like Julius Randle's out of here too. Because I just think Julius ain't taking no shorts, and whatever he thinks he's worth, he's coming for. And I just, even if the Knicks feel like Julius should be here, I just don't know if they're going to want to pay that amount of money.
No.
So that's what I think this team could be. I think this team could be very different next year if things don't go a certain way this year.
And the regime stays, the front office stays, but the coach is gone.
And the front office stays, yes.
And the coach is gone.
Correct.
With the IQ thing, by the way, real quick, if we don't sign IQ right now, I almost guarantee we're gonna lose him. Because next year, who doesn't get Jrue needs an IQ. And there are 5 teams out there who need an IQ and will give him the bag that we should not match. It's going to be a bag bigger than Brunson's bag. And if we're going to match IQ with a bag bigger than Brunson, that'll be a mistake on our part, even if IQ is the man.
Big mistake.
Big mistake. So we
guys, hold on. Let me say this because you guys are still caught up in this. I don't know why y'all don't see this.
Go.
It's like I used to have these conversations as a kid with my friends. Like we'd go to the candy store, we'd have money. They're like, "Yo, well, if I buy this, then what are you gonna buy? I'm gonna buy this, but okay, but I'm spending more on this. No, but I'm getting this. Nobody gets this.
I know.
We can't keep worrying about that, guys. And I get it. It doesn't look right. It looks crazy, but it's about the NBA and the time. It's going to even out. If Brunson's making 104 million and they give Quickly 105, everybody's going to be flipping out because Quickly's making more. But Brunson is going to get paid double that
after the third year.
It's going to even out. Don't worry.
But no, I'm talking about 5. I'm talking about 150.
Okay, what? Who? What?
I'm talking about somebody.
Who's getting 150? What?
We're talking about IQ though.
IQ ain't getting no 150. Yo, Wiz, calm down.
If IQ performs
Wiz hitting the peace pipe, bro.
If IQ performs well this season, next summer he's gonna be. I'm sure
he ain't getting 150. Right? Hold on, Wiz. This is for you. Sorry.
See if I know the ledge.
You are way out the window on that. That's not happening, brother.
You're telling me that if Miami or Orlando or somebody says we are 1 IQ away from the chip, and we can offer him 25 to 30
and IQ's that guy?
Nobody's saying that, Wiz. Nobody's going to say we are 1 IQ away from anything. Believe me when I tell you, they can value him, but they're not saying we are 1 IQ away.
You're telling me that next year, IQ this season is not going to show up in a way that someone's going to be like, that's Brunson, Dallas last year, Dallas. Where he comes over, he's going to change us like Brunson changed them. He can change.
I see what you're saying, though. And I don't want to cut you off, Wiz. I want you to be able to speak. But I see what you're saying. And could his value go up even a little bit more? I mean, maybe somebody jumps out the window and throws like 115 out there, right? And makes the Knicks jump at it, right? But okay, that's a chance. 150 is some other craziness, but I know 115 maybe if they think like if IQ balls out and averages like 20 points coming off the bench, which is kind of wild, but if he can do that and play stellar defense and is very efficient, great. But this is IQ's 4th year, guys, right? This is 4th year.
Yeah, 4th tier.
So we haven't seen IQ do something like that yet, right? And we haven't seen IQ, for all the praise I used to give IQ, thinking he was going to come in and be an incredible shooter. He's not that efficient either.
Yeah.
So if he can turn all that around, does a team buy into that? Because one season in a walk year, it's always impressive, but can he keep it up? So I don't know if people are just going to jump out.
Let me add something else, right? To Wiz,
Yeah.
right? Wiz first, right? For people that have that buzz about IQ, that like what they had with Brunson after Dallas, because that was your comparison. That's what you used.
Right.
Matteo quickly, 13.0 games, is average 7.8 points, 1.5 rebounds, 1.0 assists, shooting 33% for the field and 27%.
Jeez.
Okay, but
So wait.
okay.
I'm not done yet. Hold on. So that you're talking about two different things, because Brunson was literally, I mean, like monumental in Dallas going where they went. And I think a proof of that was this season with Dallas. Here's also too. I forgot who said it, so I apologize. You're onto something by saying that the Knicks, I think it was you, Ron, that the Knicks are waiting to see with IQ. And there's truth to that, because I tell you right now, the reason why that the Knicks are in the first tier of the luxury tax was because of the mid-level exception for Dante DiVincenzo.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact. So if they really believe their IQ like that, that could have been IQ's money starting this year, and they could have started it at a certain base and then accelerated it as time gone, because then they won't go over the luxury tax. But they didn't do that.
Okay, do you want me to give you a list of the players in the past 10 years or 20 years who've actually gotten money that should never have gotten a dime, but they got not just money, they got paid, and you're like, who the heck gave that guy that salary? You want me to go through the list of guys who have had stupid salaries because there's some stupid executives out there, because they believe the story that that's the guy, and they're desperate enough to go, we're one player away and the kind of player we need. And unfortunately, they make misjudgments all the time. I'm just saying there's too many opportunities out there for that one exec to make that mistake. And all we need is one.
Well, all right, but
guy.
hold on, Wiz. I just want to be clear on we're talking two different things possibly here.
You're
It's
talking about
one
next
thing
season,
to say,
next summer.
No, it's one thing to say, should we pay this guy this amount of money? Is he worth it at
No.
all? Is this his price? It's
That's
another thing to say, no, I know, but
Right.
is another thing to say, should we pay this guy this money because then he's going to be making more than Brunson? But then in a year or two, Brunson's going to be making double that, so it doesn't matter. Like, it's the difference.
No.
If you're worried about paying quickly what he's worth because it just makes it look like his value is more than Brunson right now, that is an argument you shouldn't be worried about.
No, I'm not making that argument. No.
Okay.
Next summer, in the midst of getting offers from teams who need one player, a point guard slash, maybe like 1-2 kind of guy who can play 1 or 2 and have defensive skills, and could be the 6th man of the year, and has tied up his shooting, his 3-point shooting becomes much more lethal. If next summer someone goes, that guy is what we need, and there are 6 teams right now who could say that guy is what we need. I think Clippers are there right now, where they would love to have Jrue. I think even Celtics are there right now, but Celtics may be salary capped. But Orlando's there and have the money. I think the Pacers are there. They could actually look at IQ and go, that's the player we need. And to make an offer to IQ next year of 25 to 28 a year, and we got to match that to keep him, is not outlandish, because it's happened so many times through the NBA history.
We've seen it. We saw it happen with Jeremy Lin. Houston gave him $15 million, and he was not worth that money.
And Knick, exactly. And Knick he did 1 week of work, and they go, "Oh yeah, give him money." So, but IQ's been showing steady improvement and was one up 6 man of the year this year, and really should have been it, and could be next year. I'm just saying that there's a exec out there who could think that, and that's all we need is one of those 6 guys to make that mistake and offer him 26 to 28 a year, and we're not going to match that. We're not going to match that.
Is anybody lining up to that?
I would slap that GM for such a thing.
Ron, I want to ask you a question, Ron. Who's to say you don't think getting Dante is going to affect his playing time?
Oh, that's a great question.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think Dante can affect this.
He's not going to get
yes.
the same run. I thought really when they signed Dante, they were going to move away from quickly and package him in the trade to get what we needed, a small forward or something like that. But I don't see him because remember when we traded him, Tip's thing was I don't have room for him. I mean, where's he fit? Look at our guard rotation and stuff, and you bring in Dante. The only person we moved out of the roster, the line, the rotation is Obi, and he's a backup power forward. So Dante's got to get guard minutes. So that's going to take away from Grimes. That's going to take away from Quickly. I mean, is he going to be worth $20 million a season? That's what I'm saying. You want to pay somebody that doesn't play 20 minutes a game, $20 million a year?
No.
I mean, that's a good point. But it's still tough though. But that's why the Knicks still are going to be looking at what he can do with whatever minutes he gets, because that's going to be that's also the gauge. Like you say, okay, well, even that you just have to quantify it as in what is the production in the amount of minutes. So don't expect he can get 20 points because to get 20 points a game you got to play some good amount of minutes. Just say, how many points is he scoring while he's out there? What's his defense look like? How efficient is he from three and from the field and from the free throw line overall? And how does that impact winning when he's out there in the court? When they start looking at the advanced metrics as an organization, they look at all that analytical stuff. And that's how they can understand.
With the salary
what were we saying, Double A?
Salary caps coming up and all this. Do you think we need to allocate $20 million to a player that doesn't play over 20 minutes a game or reach 20 minutes a game?
Well, it all depends. So if Quickly comes in, remember, like I said, the thing about Quickly is even though he's improved and he's one of the better defenders on the Knick team from the perimeter, he's not that efficient. He can shoot free throws, but efficiency-wise, he's not that efficient. If he improves his efficiency, like, a good amount of distinctions, not like, a little better. No, if he improves his efficiency and looks like he has a better idea out there in the court, and he's not taking all those Quickly shots that we love to talk about, those crazy shots that Quickly takes, and he's moving the ball around and finding guys on the court, showing ball handling and making smart decisions, and his defense continues to be what it is or even take a step forward, I think the Knicks might look at that and say, well, if he can do this in this amount of time, maybe we can invest in him going forward. But that might also mean that they'll feel comfortable moving off of someone else because there's still a logjam. There's still too many guards.
But that's going to only happen next end of the season because they can't. Because once they go past what's it October 15th or something, they can't sign him, right? They can't extend him, right? So once
they would have to wait until the offseason at that point, I think.
Which at that point now it becomes a bidding war if he does look like that. And that's what I'm saying.
Right.
The bidding war is an issue, not about what it's worth right now to us. Because he's right now, yes, we want to sign him like right now, give him the $20 million a year. But next offseason, when he does show you all of that stuff, are you going to go into a bidding war with him? And that's something that I don't want to be a part of because I think the potential is there. He's going to show us all the things that another team thinks they need, and the bidding war is going to be way too high for us to give that guy the money because he's going to still be a bench player, no matter what. And we can't pay a bench player. We can, and we may, but we shouldn't pay a bench player more than what Josh is getting right now.
And I think you're right. You are right, Wiz. Don't get me wrong. I agree with you. It is true that could happen. Right, other teams could force the Knicks' hand. Somebody might jump out the window. I don't know if they're going to say that he's the final piece, but yes, someone could jump out the window and say, "We think this kid is got good, or this young man has good value, and we think we can pay him this amount of money and it not affect us because we've got other stuff." And that could put the Knicks in a tough spot. It's one of those things that I don't think about too much, but the Knicks did avoid that with RJ Barrett. Because it could have happened with RJ Barrett. He could have went to the offseason and somebody could have overbid Barrett's what the Knicks gave him and valued him a little higher than what the Knicks did, and that could have been the same situation. It's a possibility. But I just don't think that's something at this point in this Knick team that where they're at right now that they're worrying about. I think they're just like, look, they already got Josh Hart here. They already got Jalen Brunson. They got Dante DiVincenzo. They got Quentin Grimes. if Quickly gets overpriced, you got to let him walk. It is what it is. Like, I don't,
the argument for trading him right now. That's the argument for trading him right now. I mean,
it's true.
But to your point, Ron, they do have a viewing window to February to decide what they're going to do with that.
Right.
And therefore, because of that, I think Emmanuel Quickly played. What did he play last year? I'm trying to see how many minutes he played. Give me 2 seconds.
Oh, I think it was 20-something. 20.
Because he's polarizing in a sense where they have to figure out what they're going to do with him. So he played almost 30 minutes a game last season at 29 minutes.
Wow.
Okay.
So that this year.
Yeah, he may not get that this year. So,
but now you might have to make the case for him to do so, because you got to properly evaluate whether A, you're going to keep him, and B, if you are going to kick him, you want to get assets back. So you want to prove that he can play those minutes and he can play the role and stuff like that in order for you to at least get a draft pick back.
Okay, true.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. That's fair. What up, Latrell Sprewell is the American Dream. Where you been, man? Haven't seen you in quite some time. Hope you're doing well. Hope the family's good. Good to see you in the chat. Appreciate you as always. Hey, man, I think you're on the Jrue Holiday list of champions. I hear you. Yeah, like I think it's not a horrible idea. I think it's not a horrible idea, and it just clears up a lot of things too. It takes the Knicks off the hook in some ways. Some people might be mad because you're giving up on a young player like a Quickly, for example, maybe. But then it takes them off the hook. Like, yeah, we're giving up on this guy, but once we go out there and play, you see Jrue Holiday making defensive stops and being a solid contributor scoring wise. You're gonna like, oh well, he is a good player. It's like that. It's not the worst decision the Knicks could make. And I wanted to say this before, but I kind of forgot, and I just remembered. I mean, look, I'm not saying we got to go after everybody that presents itself, guys, but let's not forget the Knicks always put themselves in a situation where we could do this. We are available and might be ready to do this. If this guy wants to come here, we're willing to get you, but they don't come here. We can't get them. We had Donovan Mitchell in front of us for 2 months, and it was a done deal, and we still didn't get him. Like, you just never know what's going to happen. So sometimes when a guy is available, you go get him. Like we already talked about with Dame Lillard going to Milwaukee. There's no telling if Giannis is going to leave. Giannis is a very loyal dude. He might say, listen, you guys showed me that after I said what I said and I was upset, you listened to me and you brought in Dame Lillard. So he could be off the table.
Don't let him win a chip, too. If he wins a chip for that, then he's not.
Oh, forget it. If he wins a chip, then he ain't going nowhere. But I'm like, you just don't know what could happen. Joel Embiid is another one. We know Joel Embiid is not happy with the circus that's going on. And I think Philadelphia is going to wind up imploding. I think it's going to blow up over there. But you never know. Anything could happen. Nick Nurse could be the guy who breathes new life into that team. They might say, Tyrese Maxey might take another step up. Some guy on that roster that they've had on their team has not been playing a lot and hasn't been getting a lot of minutes. He might start contributing a little bit more, and they can still be. They're so good that they're going to be in the mix. Now, how good they're going to be is a different story, but they're going to be somewhere in there. Joel Embiid might say, you know what? I'm going to give it another shot. I really like Nick Nurse. He's different from our last coach, and maybe James Harden not being there helps out the team, and they just have a better chemistry, a better locker room. So you never know what could happen. And so then that means Giannis will be off the board. Joel Embiid will be out of here. Cat's not coming here. Most of us don't even want Cat. So then who's this star player the Knicks are getting? Jaylen Brown just signed a $300 million deal. Even if Jason Tatum doesn't get paid the $300 million from Boston, someone else is going to pay him that has the money, not the Knicks. Who's the player that's going to come here? This is what I'm saying. Like, sometimes you don't want to jump out the window at everything that's in front of you, but sometimes when it's in front of you, you got to take it because you don't know what's coming later down the road.
Right. Oh, one thing before you start was we got 120 watching now. We don't have 100 likes yet. That's preposterous. Let's go ahead, hit the button. It is free, ladies and gentlemen. It helps all of us.
Guys, if you don't know what it looks like, here it is.
Nice.
Yes, thank you. Hit that like button. Please show your love on your way in, on your way out. I don't care when you hit it. Well, actually, I would prefer you hit it right now.
Now, do it now.
If you don't mind.
Yo, on Double A's point about minutes for IQ, the other end is with reduced minutes potentially, and with the psychology of Dante coming in and taking his spot, IQ could decline, and then he's worth less. Now we have less value to get for him because he may be playing 15 minutes a game, putting up 7 points a game, and now we're looking at a guy who we got to now add another trade pick, another first-round pick to get rid of him, because people are going to be like, I'm not saying that'll happen, but I'm going to say the next pattern is we're going to pay guys to take our players. And what happened if IQ does not perform at the level he did last year? And based on the, whether it's Tibbs trying to, say, hey, I got my guys, Dante, Josh, Brunson, are my boys. And IQ is, on the back burner like Deuce, and he doesn't get a chance. And all of a sudden, you have IQ's value dropping. And what we could have had for him, now people are like, you guys don't really use them. So why don't you just give us a couple second rounds and we'll take him off your hand? I mean, that's not a possibility the other way around. Where he doesn't perform, he either overperforms or underperforms. Either way, it's going to cost us if he's not signed to us. So that's my concern about using him right now when we have a chance to use him at what's relatively high value for him right now.
If you remember Wiz, started last season, he struggled. He was playing 15 minutes a game because Fournier was starting. He struggled mightily. And I think when he doesn't get his minutes, it goes to his head and it just affects his game.
Yeah, there could be some truth to that.
Averaging 14, 15 minutes a game when Fournier was starting. And then, when that blew up, then his minutes went up.
Yeah.
And he also had – go ahead, Wiz. I was going to say he also had a little bit of a – I think that there's some truth to what you're saying, Double A. I think also he had a little mechanical issue with his shot. He was drifting a little bit. I don't know where that came from. Guys, guys pick up bad habits sometimes. You don't notice it. It starts to spiral a little bit. But yeah, he definitely struggled. Latrell Sprewell is the American dream had a question. And before we get to that real quick, I saw shout out to Long Island Sound in the building. Salute to you, Long Island Sound. Good to see you. Teron Mosley is here. Salute to you. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you. Captain and Coke 70 in the building. Salute. Allah Wise is here. Salute Allah Wise. David Smith is in the building as well. Salute to you guys. And I see there's a super chat from Parrish. I'll get to that after this. So Latrell Spiro asked Ron and D's World Hoops, I want you to take on the RJ trade for Jrue. Can you give your take on that? Well, okay. Me quickly, look, if you let me see. I don't want to do that. I'll be honest with you. If they did it, I'll be okay with it, but that's not where I'd want to go, because as much as we want to say stuff about RJ, I just feel like if you bring another solid defensive player in the backcourt over here, he helps RJ. Like, RJ just is what RJ is. And if RJ has one less thing that he has to worry about, like fully, RJ can only, RJ at that point would only have to worry about, trying to stay in front of his man and help defense. You know what I mean? But he doesn't have to be the guy to lock down the best player because he has the height, because he's not going to do it anyway. Like, I just think that might take some pressure off RJ. So I'd love to see what RJ looks like in that type of situation. If they had to do it that way, then I'm okay. I mean, I'm still going to say Jrue Holiday's a better player than RJ Barrett. Even at this point, at 33 years old, he is. I'm okay with it. It's just not ideal. I would probably prefer if RJ had to get traded, let him get traded for something else, a bigger thing, or, but I don't know. I would want to see how it looks. That's my opinion. D, what's your thoughts on RJ for Jrue?
Yeah, thanks for taking this question.
Jrue. Damn it, I can't. I can't. It's
Jrue?
Somebody got to change the spelling, bro.
Nah, man, you need to just Jrue. He's got to roll with it.
Yeah.
Latrell, real quick. and I mentioned this before. We talked about this before because when Josh was in here, they would talk about RJ. I wanted IQ in it. He wanted RJ. And my discussion point was that why would Portland be interested in RJ if they already have Shadon Sharp?
True.
And they have Anthony Simons and they have Scoot Henderson in the backcourt. Shadon Sharp's about 6'6", 7+ wingspan, built like a tank for that size. He averaged almost 24 points a game in the last 15, 16 games of the season, shot about 45, 46% for the field. I think that's where they're looking at that position. I wouldn't see why they would be interested in RJ.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And that's kind of probably, I mean,
that's
that's the other side. Like how does it benefit them? I don't even think Quickly benefits them. I mean, you know, like he's a good piece. He's a young player and he could develop into something. And if that's the good thing about him. If some of these other guys don't pan out, you know, you got a good replacement in Quickly. But still it's tough because they got some good guards over there that you want to see what they can do in the league. Yeah.
How about insurance for
with a three-way deal, because RJ to Portland is not going to work for them.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a three-way somewhere we can find a small forward in the league. I mean, I'm looking around, you know, Orlando. I mean, they teams with 6 shooting, you know, small forwards that are as good or better than RJ. And we don't need someone better than RJ. We need someone as good as RJ, who's more consistent, which is actually better. Okay, sorry, that's kind of like I just said. Okay, anyone who's consistent, and then with Jrue, I'm sorry, making fun of you.
I see what you're doing there.
With Jrue and a relatively equivalent small forward, RJ can be moved and we won't miss him. In fact, we'll be better because Jrue with the handle and clutch and defense with Brunson is an upgrade. It's an upgrade. So I'm saying let's look at moving RJ, man, and let's
small forward we got on the roster. You're giving up the only small forward we have on the roster.
No, I said 3-way deal to get a small forward and Jrue making a 3-way deal.
Oh, I don't. Oh, whoa, Wiz.
Where's
I don't know if
the
you
Wiz
can do
is on that 2K trade machine. It doesn't work like
I'd be
that.
nice.
So Fournier, RJ, IQ, and a bunch of picks is going to find us a 3-way deal that they will take RJ. Someone will take RJ. We'll take their small forward, and then IQ and the picks plus whatever garbage they want to give to fill in salary goes to Portland. Portland, all they want is the assets, and if they want a really good young player, but let's throw RJ into the mix somewhere that we get, you know, a better or equivalent small forward and Jrue Holiday. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that would be.
No, I see your point. I mean, that this negotiation is dead, right? But like in a situation where you could do a 3-team trade with Portland, and somehow Toronto, right?
Yeah.
Comes off a couple players and sends somebody to Portland that maybe they like, and maybe we can get OG and still get Jrue, even though I don't see anything happening with Toronto. The Toronto and Knick dealings, I think, are dead for a few years.
Right.
So I think that's done. But I'm just saying, like an example like that, maybe. I don't know, but you're right. It would be a lot more than just, it would be IQ, it would be RJ, it'd be Fournier. Like there would be a lot of stuff mixed in there. And that's just, I don't know if the Knicks are ready for getting their hands too convoluted and thinking too much about how to, I don't know. They haven't shown us anything yet, guys. Honestly, when have they pulled off a trade where we can say they did some work on this trade? We haven't seen it yet. So
we talk about this
who
regime?
knows? Yeah, this regime.
Yeah. I know. That's the problem.
So I don't know.
The regime.
We'll see. Let me get to this super chat from Parrish Duggar. Wait, was this it? No. Sorry, I lost it. There it is. Thank you once again for the generous super chat, Parrish. He said nobody knows
before camp.
Nobody knows before camp who will. You guys are so slick with your little typing in the chat. Nobody knows before camp who will be much improved.
Whatever.
Yeah, we don't know who's going to be more improved yet until camp starts. All right, it's going to take a little time for us to figure that out. We got to see what's going on, but I think camp ain't enough, bro. No. He's got to go through camp.
25 games.
Yes,
yeah, that's the mark.
We need time. We need time to see how these players look out there and if they've improved. So that's thing. Okay, all right, guys. It only took us 3 hours, but I got to get
to Mitch.
Thank you, D. That's exactly where I'm going. I'm like, holy crap, bro! 3 hours of Jrue the Damager.
It's polarizing.
Oh my goodness. So let's talk about this now. Before we get into this Mitch thing, and we're not going to stay because we already been on this thing 3 hours. First, I want to say, I don't know if you guys saw the interview that's you know what? Let's see what we can do, Ron. Come on, man. We can do better.
You got
this. I don't know if I can grab it. Hold on. The hell is this guy's name now? Let's just do this. Let me see if it pops up. If it pops up, no big deal. But I don't know if you guys saw the conversation that was going around with man, I'm so rotten with names. You know how one day it's good. What's the dude from the freaking Duke, man, that retired? JJ Redick. God,
okay.
Yeah. Holy bro. So I don't know if you guys saw the conversation that JJ Redick was having, and it actually probably there's a lot of truth to that. He was having a conversation about, and I think this was with Cam Johnson. And in that conversation, he was talking about how the league has been looking at certain things that are happening, and they've seen the success that the Knicks had with offensive rebounding, right? Rebounding in general, but offensive rebounding in particular, and how some teams are actually looking to changing how their roster is structured to make sure they can account for offensive rebounding, because it really is a very good tactic that Tom Thibodeau has, put out there. He understands that his guys are scorers, but they're not necessarily good shooters. So we're going to get a lot of misses. So it helps to clean stuff up and get second chance opportunities, which the Knicks get a bunch of, especially against certain teams. I mean, you saw what we did against the Cleveland Cavaliers in the playoffs. I mean, that was the key to victory. We dominated with that. The numbers were ridiculous. And so that's a formula. That's a formula to get a team that doesn't have all the right pieces. It doesn't have the perfect pieces over the hump that you can get a lot of success through. And the Knicks are evidence of that. And so I say that going into this Mitchell Robinson stuff, because is Mitchell Robinson on the move? Who knows? But the fact that the Knicks put an asking price out there tells you one thing. Obviously, the Knicks are getting interest. They're getting some calls about Mitch. And if they're getting calls and you put an asking price out there, some people say, oh, yeah, we just want to see you. They just want to gauge if anybody will go there. But if somebody goes there, that means if you're going to throw it out there, you're willing to do it if you meet my price. So I'm just saying, what do you guys think about that? Because apparently the asking price that was said is that the Knicks want multiple first round picks for Mitch. Multiple could just mean 2. Don't get crazy with it. They understand, the Knicks ain't stupid either. They understand the value that Mitch has with those offensive rebounds. He's number 1 in the league right now, by the way. He was number 2 behind the dude from Memphis, but he's past him. So what's that guy's name from Memphis?
Big boy.
The tall dude.
Steven Adams.
Steven Adams. Thank you. Yeah, so he passed Steven Adams and he became the number 1 offensive rebounder, right? So, but they also hear the talk. We hear everything we hear is second. The organizations hear all that stuff first. They got their people listening to stuff. They know that the league is like, wow, the Knicks did a really good job of implementing this offensive rebounding and gave them second chance opportunities, and they made up for the fact that they're not a great. They see all of that. So that's obviously raising Mitch's stock in that regard. So yeah, I think if so, what happens if some team comes to the Knicks and says, "Listen, we'll give you 2 first-round picks for Mitch"? What do they do?
2? Well, is it asking price 3?
I don't know. It just said multiple.
It's 3.
So I don't even know.
It's 3, sir. Yes.
That's crazy. And so that's an obvious thing too, because 3 first-round picks for Mitchell Robinson to me is nuts. 2 I could see, and even 2 is like a little, but okay. But for his value, maybe. But 3, if some team comes to the Knicks and says, we'll give you 3 first-round picks, I don't think the Knicks are saying no.
Of course not.
So
they will have 14 first rounders, and we'll sit there with 14 of them, and they'll all expire. We won't drop any of them. But that's a done deal.
So the question I have for you guys, if that's the case, would you trade Mitchell Robinson in that case? Let me go. I'm gonna come back. Let me go Wiz first, Double A, and then D. What's your thoughts? Would you trade Mitchell Robinson for 3 first-round picks?
I'm going into my car to start the engine right now to go get him. I'm actually going to my car right now. I'll drive from LA straight to New York, nonstop, no sleep. I'll pick Mitch up. He can stretch out in the back seat, and I'll serve him some salmon, grilled salmon, and some Jamba Juice. And I'll say, "Relax, Mitch. We're going somewhere else right now." He is gone for 2. Man, absolutely.
Okay, so now before I move on, you got no reservations with the way the current Knicks are, the way they're looking to move forward at this current point in life, or any other reservations you might have?
I mean, again, we're not a contending team right now in the potentially ECF or finals right now. I am sorry, but I think iHeart can do as good a job as Mitch to fill in. I think there's a lot of players out there. We let Christian Wood and those guys go for cheap. I could have probably just had as backup. And I'm sorry, I'm not saying that a big like Mitch is easy to find. It's not. But we need to stretch the floor, and Mitch right now clogs it. So moving Mitch out of the way has been one of my plans anyway. If we're going to keep RJ and Randall and even Brunson, we need to paint a little bit clearer. And right now, Mitch clogs the paint. So therefore, it'll be an asset to get the assets for Mitch.
Okay. Double A, what's your thoughts?
Depends on who's offering the draft picks. You know what I mean?
Okay, that's important because the first round picks could be like really not great. Okay.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Where the pick's gonna fall, but you got to have a plan. And I'm sorry, Wiz, Isaiah is not a replacement for Wiz, not in my eyes. Not for the defense, not for the offensive rebounds. I mean, that's a loss. And Ron, point you made. Having the team we have that shoots the way we do. An asset like Mitch is necessary. I mean, we didn't have Mitch against Cleveland. Cleveland would have beat us. I think. I don't think Isaiah would have did the same job. I mean, we won that Cleveland series because of Mitch. And then you got to look at our history on using picks. What are we going to use the picks on? Are we going to use them to get rid of players, or like we normally do, or But if it's 3 number ones, it's going to be hard to say no. But we have to have a backup contingency plan.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. D, what's your thoughts?
I think this is smoke. I think this is smoke with no fire because, I think Tom Thibodeau will lose his mind because one of the big things that he prides on is that damn rim protection. And Mitch provides that. So if you are replacing Mitch, you got to replace it with somebody that fits, the framework of what Thibodeau wants as far as the pay. I don't see how there's any truth to this at all. Maybe there's teams that were asking, hey, we're interested in Mitch, but we're willing to give you this, which I would, maybe a draft pick, maybe something like that. And I think that what this report is telling everybody is that this is how we value Mitch. We know you're not going to do that. So Mitch is saying that's how I read it. And because I just don't see an organization except See, I don't even think Dallas, because Dallas got a guy that's very Mitch-like in the draft this year, and God, his name slips me. But and he played at Duke, and I was actually very high on him. I thought he had a very off season. But they picked up a guy very similar to that, a rim dive type of guy that could protect the paint, very fast at his feet. I mean, when Mitch came out, he was. But so I don't see them giving up 3 first-round picks. And according to Sherwood, it's not only 3 first-round picks. He wants a young rotational player, and for him, that's minimum. So what's maximum? Because Rudy Gobert, that should have never happened, right? Rudy can give you 20 on a night. Rudy has a turnaround hook shot. You go on and say so, and I think he's way better of a defensive presence than Mitch is. And Rudy Gobert can play on pick and roll ball handlers, which Mitch can't anymore. I think this is smoke. I don't think there's any truth for it. The Knicks are just relating to the league. This is how we value him. This is how Tiz value him. Mitch is not going anywhere, ladies and gentlemen.
I think you're right.
D.
Oh, Derek Lively, yeah.
Derek Lively, thank you.
All right. Mitch is gone. Sorry. Mitch is gone in my book. He's going to I want to trade Mitch, actually, in a Portland deal. I get a 3-team trade. But I'm ready. I like Mitch, but I think he clogs the middle for this team as it is constructed right now, even though his defense and his offensive rebounds are an asset. I'm not denying that at all. I'm just saying that he's not the perfect fit for us right now. And I think there's a better fit out there. I don't think Isaiah Ihart can actually match Mitch, but the fit for him is better. It's almost like the Damian Lillard Jrue trade. The fit is better with Dame, although Drew's an all-around better player. So I'm just saying. And by the way, my trade that I've concocted is actually Miami. Jimmy Butler would love to have RJ next to him, and would love to have IQ at point guard. So I go Jovic to the Knicks, Jrue Holiday to the Knicks, and they can send that kid, whatever that kid's name is. What's the shooting guard who was injured? I'm like you, Rod. I just drew a black in his name. You know my boy with the snare.
Don't ask me. I don't remember.
You know the boy with the snare. Who's the shooting guard for the Miami Heat?
You talking about
Tyler Hero.
Tyler, yes. Yeah, Tyler. They would take Tyler in Portland right now. So Tyler to Portland.
Well, actually, no, they wouldn't. That's part of the reason why the Damian Lillard trade didn't get done initially. They didn't want Tyler Hero.
Tyler had 4 picks from the Knicks. Man, they'll take him. They want the picks.
I don't know, bro.
They want
I
the
don't
picks.
know. I mean, I like the ideas, but I don't know. I don't know, man. And the other thing is, I don't necessarily know that Jimmy Butler would want to be right next to RJ Barrett either. Because the construction of that team, like their benefit that they put out there when we played them was that their 3-point shooting. And they've moved off of Strus. They lost the point guard who didn't play defense but could light it up. Vincent.
IQ. They get IQ and RJ for Tyler and Jovic.
But even IQ and RJ, like I once again, I go back to the thing. I like IQ, but IQ's not efficient either. He's not the best 3-point shooter.
Well,
like those guys both shot us under the table.
Obviously, I'm an RJ hater because I'm trying to get an RJ.
Oh, I know.
I mean, Hero don't play no damn defense, so I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, I don't know. I hear you though. That's tough. That's tough. And I think that D hit the nail on the head. I think that is just a polite way of saying, yeah, we'll entertain your offers, but we're gonna make it so that you're never gonna want to give us an offer because this is our asking price. Nobody's giving up 3 first-round picks for Mitchell Robinson.
My neighbor
and a position player? No way.
Yeah. My neighbor was a CAA. My neighbor, next door neighbor. I'm gonna go kidnap Leon's son right now and threaten Leon to make the deal that I want.
Good luck with that.
The ransom is gonna be his son. I'm gonna find a way because I need to have Leon make a move. I may need a gun to his head to make a move. I'm sorry.
I don't know, man. I don't see it. I don't see that happening. But I do think that the league is starting to finally value what Mitch can do out there. But even like what D his example is, hate Rudy Gobert, but Rudy Gobert is he's a much better player than Mitch. He's not the offensive rebounder, but the difference is Rudy Gobert can give you 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 rebounds like this. You know what I mean? They may not be all offensive, but he can give you those rebounds and play that defense.
And
he can score a little bit. And he's a good free throw shooter.
And to Gobert's credit, he averaged 3.5 offensive rebounds last year.
Yeah,
so he's right there with Mitch.
Yeah. So that's tough. That's tough.
Going big.
Yeah.
Back to big. Look at Minnesota. They stuck. Even though they have Gobert and Towns, they re-signed that other guy at center, gave him a big contract. You know, LA.
You
know, they're going big. You know, we're going small.
Yeah. Julian says Rudy gets the ball. That's true, but you know, Rudy does something with it. That's why he keeps getting it.
Right. and you know what's crazy, Alan, about that is that we literally saw a finals appearance for Miami and the Nuggets where we saw how much size really matters.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like no pulse on the temperature of the room.
No. I mean they 7 feet, 7 feet, 6'10" and 6'10". That was their front line.
Yeah. I used to think what Minnesota was doing was crazy. It's a lot of money to tie up in centers. But when you got a center that doesn't want to be a center, or a power forward that doesn't want to be a power forward, doesn't want to play down low, I guess it is what it is, right? And if you're okay with using him that way, then I guess it works because Cat doesn't want to be down low. And their current coaching staff and whatever they got, the front office is okay with it. Now, it's weird to me because what if it doesn't work out and you get rid of this coach and then you bring in an established coach that runs things a certain way? Now it looks a little crazy because he's gonna want Cat down low, but whatever.
And Cat's heavy-footed. That don't make sense.
Listen, I don't know. I don't know what they got going on. That's
right
the
now,
reason
though.
why they haven't achieved what they should achieve. They should be a much better team than what they've showed, I think.
But the team we're building right now is a team that's a tips team, and any other coach would be like, "Why do we have 8 6'4" guards?" You know, so we're doing the same thing, except from the opposite way. We're going short. So I don't know.
Parrish says, show footage, Ron. Anyone got footage of Randall playing basketball? You mean in general? Do you want me to show his 50-point game, or what do you want me to show?
I think he might be talking about this offseason.
The rehab.
Oh, I mean, he's not. But that doesn't mean anything. Like, I know some people are kind of like, I see that little thing floating out there that his ankle ain't good. All I see him doing is working out. He's pushing off of the ankle. He looks good to me. Have you seen him playing pickup games? No, because every year is different, right? And especially if you're coming off an injury, you're not going to necessarily be focused on playing pickup games and doing what you were doing. Last year, he was healthy, so he works out a certain way every year. That was a different style of working out. While he's still doing that stuff. This year, he's got to work on rehabbing, making sure he gets his strength together, making sure he can push off on that ankle consistently, and he's still building up his core and doing what Julius normally does. I don't think it's you shouldn't read too much in it if you don't see him kind of playing on it. It just means that he's working on certain things, and you know, take it for what it is. And plus, none of the Knicks are really doing that. You don't see IQ playing in the pickup like this. I think last year was a focus. I think every year the Knicks have some type of focus and last year they were pushing these pickup games. Like all of them were doing their little pickup games except for RJ. This year they're not doing it as much. They're all just working out, doing their own thing. It's just the focus is different to me. I wouldn't stress it too much. If that's what you're saying, Parrish. I don't know if you know what you're getting at.
Do you think it's smart on us counting on a guy with a reconstructed ankle to play most of the bulk minutes at power forward for 82 games?
Wow. Great question.
That's a good question.
And add something to that, why move Obi if you knew that?
Well, and I guess that goes back to the situation just got like, I think Obi was fed up. Obi at this point, like I think they would have, I think that they definitely would have loved to still have Obi here as the backup power, especially now more than ever.
Right.
But I think that the situation between him, Tibbs got too volatile, and Obi wasn't staying quiet anymore. Obi was kind of forcing their hand, making it an uncomfortable situation.
And also, too, why not address the fact that, say Obi wanted to leave, and it's like, hey, there's nothing we could do here. Can't be prepared, right? Go out there and get a power forward that could take some minutes away for Randall for at least the first 20, 25 games, so Randall could get back in the groove and stuff like that and make sure that ankle's good. Because if Randall goes down, this is a different basketball team. As much crap as we give Randall, it's a different basketball team.
So. That against Cleveland, the first game. We seen that against the first game. We look without Randall. I mean, we look lost.
Please, without Randall, with the WNBA talking about.
You know, this is my word. Like D's always going for, and I'm with him. We need a point guard that can give Brunson a blow, man. You know, with his style, like I keep saying, his style and Tips playing him in the ground, I just see injured lists, you know. And maybe that's another reason why we should consider Holiday. You know, what's our insurance? If Brunson goes down, we really are going to go down. You know?
That actually is a very good point, too. Not only just to spell Brunson, but he's just a really good all-around player. And say Julius does go down for a spell, could the Knicks still be competitive if we had Jrue Holiday over here? I think so. I think we could still be competitive. I'm not saying that we're going to be the playoff caliber team. I'm just saying I think we could still be competitive and kind of withstand some stuff while Randall comes back. That's another way of looking at it too. I mean, you do have a guy coming off an injury, a power forward that hasn't had an injury of this magnitude in quite some time. I mean, he said he played on a broken leg or a broken foot or something in college, and you just played through it. But yeah, I mean, that is something to think about. That is something to think about. A little bit of insurance, even if it's a different position. They've got some guys that we don't know exactly what they are yet. Right, we don't know what these backup power forwards. I think we got 3 of them right now. Right, we don't know what they're going to be. We don't know how Jericho Sims is going to be either.
I wanted to go after somebody like a Jeff Green type. You know what I mean? A Jeff Green type that can come off and give you quality minutes off the bench.
So if you threw a spreadsheet up and showed pros and cons for getting Jrue, there are like maybe 2 cons and about 8 pros. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, yes, there's more pros than cons for getting Holiday here. Yeah, but you know what I mean. We got to see what this front office does.
There was one big con: playoff performance, and we already got people that disappear in the playoffs.
There's another one too. Can you restructure his contract after this season? Because if he doesn't agree to that, then you don't go for it.
Right. I mean, that's a big. Yeah. I mean, yeah. The cons are big. Those are 2 big cons. But I think the number of pros overwhelm the 2 cons. I don't see any other cons other than those 2. It's the contract. I mean, there's a slight thing on the age, but very subtle. I think it's not enough because he's gonna have 3 years left. I think 3 really good years, and that's all we need for him to take us. Or wait for Grimes to develop, or IQ, who is left over. And then the next thing, is, oh man, yeah, it's a big. I mean, I feel bad about the contract. That hurts me a little bit to worry about a guy in an expiring, option year either, who could be a rental. But man,
because then you have the question that if he is a rental, you're going to give up 3 draft picks for that for a 1-year rental.
That's tough.
But which draft picks are going to give up? By the way, let's go to the draft picks we're going to give up. What we want to give up?
It's not about that, but it's not about that, Wiz. It's about that if I am going to utilize those draft picks, no matter to what their value is, it's going to be something that I can keep here longer than 1 year. Unless it's like Kawhi Leonard, prime Kawhi Leonard, or something like that.
Okay. Again, I'm trying to find though. Let's say we can give up Washington's, Detroit's,
and Milwaukee's, right? All of those 3 draft picks right now are looking like they're going to convert to second rounders. Or we may get Milwaukee will get Milwaukee, but it'll be number 28.
Mm-hmm.
And we have all of our picks still, right? So I'm just trying to find out of those picks, which one's going to convert to actual first rounders that's going to be of value to us that we'll even think about using, and anybody that's going to really even want. Are they of any value? Because we've been giving away picks to get rid of, Kemba. We want to give away a pick to get rid of Fournier, give a pick to get rid of Cam. So we're giving away picks right now.
Mm-hmm.
At least this time we're getting some value back for the pick. Other than Josh, we got value back. But we gave away Kemba with a pick. I'm just saying picks that actually worth something. So those guys are players. So I'm just trying to find out, can we give away the picks that technically most other teams are going to be like, please, we don't want Washington's pick. It's going to convert to 2 second rounders next year. We don't want, Detroit's pick because they're going to convert to 2 second rounders another year as well. So if that's what we're giving away, then I say yes. If we're going to go into our own picks and unprotected, even our own pick, 20 in the 20s, right? Not going to get playing time from us anyway, and they'll be on a Trevor Keels in G League, and 2 years from now we're going to cut him. I don't know. I'm just saying it feels like we're valuing the picks we have a little bit too much because they may not be of any value to a team who's even Milwaukee, when we're going to give them 4 unprotected first rounders of our own and giving them back their own first rounder. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying there are going to be 4 picks out there for us to use that's of real value, where we could give up 3 picks of almost no value right now that may not really be of use to us a year from now to get somebody who may or may not be available. And when we could win right now and make our team look even more valuable to a guy who's going to say, trade me too. Because does Giannis have a no-trade option clause in his contract? Probably not, right?
I don't think so.
Right. But at the same time, he has a loyalty no-trade, kind of like Damian did, where trade me to a contender, although Damian asked for Miami, they still work on accounting somewhat. With Giannis, he may be like, I don't go to the Knicks. Man, they don't have anybody. At least if they have Jrue and Brunson, he may say, oh, well, I've been with a Brunson-Jrue combo before. It's called Middleton and Jrue. In fact, I'll do that again. Let me one more time. He may do that. So I'm just saying, let's look at our team, make our team more valuable to a guy who may want to come here rather than sit here with the picks and then they go, who are you going to bring with me? And they go, well, we got Brunson and Randall every other year. And then RJ, by the time he'll be a young 29, I'm going to still say he's young. He's young. Give him time.
Yeah, but Wiz, the other thing is, I mean, we can't even hope for something like that anymore because the NBA is cracking down and changing. I don't know what the penalty is, but they're also cracking down on players requesting where they want to go. That's something new that they've come. I don't know when it goes into effect, if it starts for this season, but apparently you can no longer kind of like come out and say, oh, I want to be traded here. So I don't know how they're going about that, but I know that that's what they're doing going forward.
Right. Well, it was the agent trying to block, like in a Dame situation. It was they were saying the Dame's agent was telling teams don't bother because he won't go play.
Right. Yeah, so that's why they blew that up. So they're cracking down on that now. Shout out to Artifact. Now I definitely know I haven't seen you in the chat, so thank you for being here. It's your first time. Appreciate you. Smash that like button if you haven't already. He said, "What's up, y'all? Why can't we use Holiday as a contract to get Mitchell in a 3-team trade with New York, Portland, and Cleveland?" I mean, it is something you could think to do if there was some way they could finesse that, because if Donovan Mitchell is not happy in Cleveland currently right now, he doesn't want to re-sign. That doesn't mean he wouldn't sign as a free agent. He just doesn't want to re-sign there right now. Maybe they'd be willing to move off of Donovan and then bring in, Jrue Holiday. But that would mean that, what would Portland get out of this? Because Portland is still that one thing, like Portland's guard area, that whole situation is very solid right now. So it's like, what could you give? Now, actually. But even that is interesting because now they've got they've still got Green, not Green. The hell's the power forward's name?
Grant.
They've got Grant, and now they've got the center from Phoenix, Ayton. So what are they really looking for right now? And you know, sometimes with a team like Portland, remember, they're still young. They got these guys. They're putting together a nice team that can compete, but that doesn't mean they're ready for contention. So they may not want to take on a whole bunch of this other stuff right now either.
They're going nowhere near that. They're in the first year of the rebuild. They've been wanting to do this for a couple of years. Dame held them back, and they got a really nice piece in Ayton to go ahead and facilitate.
So that's the thing. Like, you know, you don't. It's tough, man. Portland may not want to trade with anybody.
They want Fournier and assets. Fournier and assets. Give it. That's all they want. Give me your expired.
They probably just want to get off. Right. They just want to get off. Maybe they want Holiday to go because of the contract, and they'll take assets and maybe some young player they could just put on the bench or whatever. So
if Fournier was to go there, though, they would buy him out.
Exactly.
He would not stay on that roster throughout the year.
Oh yeah,
right.
I don't think
right.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Fournier and assets with one piece to fill, salary fill, and they're good because right now I'm scared. I'm afraid of that team in 2 years. That team is nice. I mean, man, those back. Oh man, I'm just scared of Portland if they can get it act together. If those three click and Ayton starts to really, do what he can do, that team is a beautiful team to watch. That could be Showtime 2024.
Yeah, but they got
I don't know, man.
The Thunder, you got to look at, the incumbent Lakers, Denver.
Right. No, I'm not saying they're going to win. I'm saying they're going to look pretty. It's going to be a beautiful team to watch. You're going to be flying. It's going to be five slamming.
Shout out to our guy Sam Grandison. Sam, I hope you're doing good, my brother. Hope everything's treating you well. He has mentioned that things are going a little crazy because he's in that area out there. They're doing like a Dame Lillard parade over there. So it is what it is.
Must be
nice. Man, I don't know if we could do it, guys. We got 99 likes. We need one more for 100. Can somebody do it? Is somebody able to do
it?
This?
It is. I see it. Yeah. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. There we go. There we go.
99 likes and Paris ain't fun.
We gotta get Parrish up here. There's a couple of guys. We gotta get some of these guys up here.
All right, 99 likes and Chority one. I got 9.
There we go. There we go. We got that 100 likes. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. And don't stop now. Don't stop on my account. If you can hit 100, like that's very nice. And guys, I mean, you guys love it, man. You keep going back and forth. This is 2 weeks of this now. You guys are still going back and forth with each other. I don't care. A little back and forth banter is cool as long as it's respectful. Oh man, whatever. We need Knick basketball right away because you guys don't know what to say about yourselves right now.
I think Sam wanted a link.
My fault. Yeah.
While you do that, let me get out of here because I got things to do.
I hear you, brother. We've been rocking for a minute, almost a 4 spot, man. This has been a great show. Thank you guys for all those tuned in on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. You tuned into a good one today. It's been really good. And listen, Double A too, you as well. You've been here from the beginning. If you got to go, by all means, it's fine, man. You've been rocking for a minute.
It's good, but thank you, man. I appreciate it. And my dog was here with me. Loving it.
Yes. Next week. No doubt we're going to be busy next week. So
come join us, Ron.
Yeah, man. I'll try because the only thing is when the show stuff comes on, I'm at work. So if I can, and I don't have good signal when I'm at the office, but we'll try.
But thank you, fellas. Thank you.
Yeah,
appreciate you, man.
Good to see Double A.
Peace, Wes.
Peace.
And D, appreciate you as always. When's the next time you're going on?
Okay, good. So because I thought that the interviews would start because I got confused, I guess. The interviews have to be on Monday. I mean, there can't be no other.
You would think,
right? So I definitely want to do something on that because I want to run the theme of holding people accountable for the things that they say. and things that are coming in this year. Maybe new wrinkles in the offense, new thinking when they think about Dante. What is they're thinking about claiming up the success that they had last year? I want to hold more accountable to this stuff. And maybe we'll get a Leon Rose sighting somewhere. Maybe we'll see him like he'll just glimpse somewhere real quick, and then the camera will pan off him. Maybe we'll get something like that, because that would be very exciting to see.
Right.
But we're gonna talk about that. And then we'll talk about preseason. We'll talk about stories and narratives from training camp and stuff like that. And I'm going to do this more with the shorts. I'm going to talk about who I think my top 5 college players in the backcourt is going to be, wings, centers, and stuff like that. We're definitely going to chop all that up. I'm also going to do high school as well. We definitely want to do the senior classes here. Some interesting guys there. Yeah, that should be coming next week and the week after. But we should be on whenever those interviews are. We on. So it's either Monday or Tuesday, whenever that is. But thank you guys. Thank you, Ron, for having me once again. Thank you for the chat. Without you guys, we are not here. Okay, shout out to the Who family. And thank you for everybody that got Ron his 100 views. I mean, his likes. Let's go, bro. That helps us grow. So it's very important stuff. So, guys, thank you very much for everything. I will see you guys. Sam, peace. I wish we could talk a little bit, but I got to bounce, bro.
Be good, D. I'll see you on the next one.
See you later, dude.
Take care of him.
Take care, dude.
Appreciate you, bro.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Sam, man.
Yeah, man. It's nice to have Sam in the building. Look, hey, there he is. Look at him. Oh,
what? Yeah. What's up, Counselor?
We're here though. Busy day, but we're here. It's kind of crazy. Like I said, they're having the Dame parade, so they pretty much got the whole state coming down. And since I live like down the street from the arena, it's like really crazy, as you can imagine, because they haven't had a team like this, like as far as 2 superstars. So it's kind of crazy. I mean, I'm still a Knicks fan, but as an NBA fan, I love the atmosphere that's currently here. So I'd say like it's gonna be a pretty big year for the Bucks.
Yeah, it should be very interesting to see how it shapes out over there. And just on paper, they're going to be a tough team, and they're definitely going to be interesting to watch. I know I'm going to be excited to talk about them on the NBA wrap up on Thursdays at 8:30 p.m. if you have on Nothing But Knicks. But shameless plug.
Yes.
So it's going to be very interesting to see how that all plays out. And another thing, I'm not going to 100% say it's going to happen, guys, but if you're interested, I'm just letting you know. If everything works out and what I'm doing and time-wise works out, the plan will be next week. I'm probably going to do an audio podcast. I will put that information up, and I plan on doing a breakdown of each of the players on the Knicks, at least the starting 5, and maybe going into what I perceive to be the 8 to 9 man rotation. And it's going to be like brief shows, not too crazy. I don't know, 30 minutes or so, whatever it is. And I'm just going to be breaking down each of these players. And so that's the plan. That'll kickstart my audio podcast stuff, but we'll see. If everything comes into fruition, you guys will start to hear about it. I'll put it up on Still Knick Fans on the community tab and Twitter and all that good stuff. But all right. So, Sam, good to see you. I'm glad that it is raucous out there and have some excitement over there. That's good. Everything good on the school end?
Yeah, we're in the home stretch, honestly, of like the semester where it's a lot going on. So I was able to hop on really quickly because I just got home and I've got a little bit of time left. But I wanted to show face for a little bit, at least before the season started, because I don't know if I'll be around for those first couple of months. It's super busy until about probably mid-November. I'll try to pop back up. But I'm always listening, though. I'm in the chats. I might not comment, but I'm definitely there watching the shows and that. So I'm glad everybody's doing well, though.
Yes, we definitely are. And like I said, and Wiz said, it's good to see you, brother. Always good to see Sam in the building. We appreciate you. I think that there's gonna be a lot of question marks once again with this Knick team. The rest of the league, as goes every year, is getting better, and it's just where do the Knicks stack up in all of this, right? That's what it always comes down to.
What's Sam's
I
take
just,
on going for Jrue, though, Sam? Should we go for Jrue, and what will be your package if we do?
I'm still kind of on the fence about it. I know D put out a good video about it, talking about the trade. And I've kind of like been in the shadows about it, honestly. I feel like I'm indifferent because I could see the Knicks making a move of that nature if they determine that this was the window, like absolutely now that they needed to capitalize on. But I'm also like confused as to who all they would have to give up. I personally don't see Portland being interested in RJ Barrett because they have Shaedon Sharp still and Anthony Simons. So with those two guys still on their roster, I find it hard for us to like really give up a young guy to match salary. So they would have to tag in like a Fournier and probably a couple of young pieces who aren't really paid yet. Because if you think about it, you make a move for Jrue, you're assuming that he's gonna either opt in for the player option, which he has one more year, so he has a 1-and-1. If he decides to leave, then you get nothing for him. So you'd have to win as soon as you got Jrue Holiday, unless you knew that he would stay on. So I'm thinking that they'd have to give up at least 2 firsts protected, and then a young player if they're not giving up RJ Barrett, as well as the salary filler with Fournier. So it's kind of a tough one, but I think I'm gonna pass ultimately on Jrue Holiday.
Wow.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I don't know if you heard my take. My take is a 3-team deal, and that's where they mostly get assets, which is what all they really want is assets and an expiring contract like Fournier that they can buy out right away. And if they can get that, then because their team, I think, is set. I don't think they need any assets from any players, no young players from anybody else. If they get the assets they need, they can draft again to add one more piece, which I don't really know if they really need, but they'll be good to have supported cast. Other than that, man, I think it can be done with a 3-way deal. And again, my 3-way involves moving RJ. I wouldn't be opposed to even moving Mitch, but if I move RJ, I'm going down to Miami, getting that kid Jovic. Again, I'd love Brandon Ingram or somebody, Mikal Bridges, or even I know Miles Bridges is still too, volatile. That's too much, baggage there. But something in that vein, and make a 3-way deal, and then this way we get 40 his contract off our hands. He gets a chance to go play somewhere that may actually want him. Not in, of course, not Portland, but somewhere. And then we get a chance to release some of the assets that we've kind of burdened with. Right? I think it's a burden to sit here with the Washington pick and the Detroit pick that I think will not convert to first rounders. They will be converted second rounders in a year, next year, the year after, which again makes us going to have 11 second round picks that we can't use anyway because we just draft guys like Trevor Keels and then we put them in the G League for 2 years and get rid of him. I'm just saying we got
I
to.
think that's a good point, Wiz. As far as like holding these draft picks hostage for years to come. But I think ultimately they're still waiting out for that move. I know it might not be the smartest thing, and I know people are kind of sick of hearing that, but I feel like the front office is still waiting to make that like superstar move because I'm not understanding why they're still holding on to the picks either. So that's got to be the only rationale. I know people are kind of hoping and praying for Giannis to leave. I think it's going to be tough. I know for a fact that they've offered Giannis already an extension. Before they traded for Dame, actually, which some people also know, but he just did not accept the offer yet. I think it's around 3 years, $187 million that they offered Giannis, and he didn't pick up that extension yet. But I think it would be more likely for a guy like Donovan Mitchell. And also, we just don't know. Because, like we see with Dame, like guys can just get unhappy and want to trade out of nowhere. So that's why I feel like the front office is still kind of holding on, like, okay, a guy like Luka could just ask out tomorrow, and then they have the assets still. We still have the most assets in the league as far as draft capital and young talent who is not on a salary handicap. So I feel like they're still waiting, but a small move like Holiday would just show me that they're trying to win now. He's 33 years old, and he's going to be due for a contract extension. So if they traded for Jrue Holiday, that would just show me that they're trying to capitalize on this window before they have to extend Jalen Brunson. And Randall is also a free agent in 2 years. And Randall could easily walk. So
Right. And that's why
trading for Jrue Holiday, they're trying to capitalize now.
They do what I'm doing. I'm gonna get my workout back together, my diet is together. So in case Sophia Vergara wants to call me, she comes, Sophia, I'm ready for her, waiting for her. Just like the Knicks are waiting for the big fish. I'm just saying, you can sit there waiting and it never happens with no direct plan. And I'm saying, I think a direct plan is let's look more valuable, improve our value by bringing a guy who's gonna take us maybe one step further than IQ and Grimes will take us. And yes, it's a little bit of a risk because he may not resign, but at the same time, it may make us more attractive to someone else who may decide now they're ready for me to get in there, and that's where Embiid or Giannis may step up. I'm just not for going first round, thinking about exit again this next year. I'm just not for that. And
And Ron, how far do you think that this trade would take us though? Because I'm in the belief that yes, this trade would make us better as a team, but I still think that there is still the top tier of the East where there is the Celtics and the Bucks, and then there's everybody else. Because the Sixers have flashes of being in that same tier, and then they fall off towards the end of the year that we see every season. So for me, the Celtics and the Bucks are the teams to beat right now. You could argue Miami because of what they've done in the past, but if I'm just looking strictly at roster and who's on those teams, I think Bucks and Celtics are the teams to beat. Even if we get Jrue Holiday, we still need more.
Yeah, and I think that's the argument that a lot of Knicks fans have. Is Jrue Holiday enough? And the concern also is, if depending on what you give up for Jrue Holiday, does that allow you to have some other stuff to make another move later? And I think I think everybody, the consensus thing is, as long as you don't go crazy and give up something astronomical for Jrue Holiday, the Knicks still have enough that they could make another move at some other point. That's what everybody feels, apparently. So,
by the way, USC just won 48-41. Colorado made it close.
So that says a lot about Colorado's heart. That team is coached up very well. They believe in their coach. They believe in themselves. And I honestly didn't think coming into this season, looking at their schedule, I didn't think they were going to be able to beat USC personally. I just think USC they have a better all-around football team. It's not a knock on Colorado. It's just Colorado. I just think that it's going to be tough. But the fact that they were getting blown out and they came back and made it close and lost by 7, that's a testament to Dion. It's a testament to them young men over there and how they believe in and not only their coach but themselves. So shout out to them. To me, I think I look at that like a win. I know some people are like that, they lost. They're not going to understand it. I think that's a really good sign for them, especially the fact that they were getting blown out. So that's a good sign.
I'd agree, Ron. I think that's definitely a sign of them moving in the right direction, considering also USC is a top 8 team. That team is picked to be in the college football playoff hunt towards the end of the year. Also, Colorado was out with their top 2 corners. Shiloh Sanders was out. He didn't play today. And Travis Hunter was out. So the fact that they were able to still pick off Caleb Williams,
top 2 corners and top wide receiver,
right? So that's a good win for them. Because I'm going to be honest with you, no knock against Colorado, but after watching them against Oregon, I thought that USC was dropping 70 on them.
I thought so too.
That's just what I thought. So the fact that they made it close and competitive, I think that shows a sign, like you said, Ron, to the team and the coaching staff that they have.
Nice.
Yeah. They've got a lot of good inspiration over there. People will run through a wall for Dion over there. So, but back to the Jrue Holiday stuff. I honestly think I'm all about trickle down stuff, like certain things that you can't really quantify unless it happens, and then you can see how things play out. And so as much as if you're just looking at the Knicks in a vacuum, you're saying, is Jrue Holiday enough? He may not be enough, but he may be a lot more than you think he is, because of he answers something that you've had as a question mark for quite some time. Josh Hart is a good defender, pretty good IQ, high IQ. He does a lot of things, cleans up a lot of the little things. Dante DiVincenzo could be a type of player like that, even though his defense is solid. It may not be as good as Josh Hart's, but whatever. The point is, he's still a solid defender, right? But the Knicks don't have a lockdown defender. Josh Hart, as good as he's been on defense, he got when he goes up against certain guys, they get the best of him too.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that Jrue Holiday is can't get beat, but he's really good at defense. He really understands stopping certain guys from doing what they like to do. If you put that type of guy on this team, to me, the Knicks perimeter is locked down.
Yes.
With Jrue Holiday, with Josh Hart, Dante DiVincenzo, and either Grimes or Quickly, because one of those guys might go. I think the Knicks perimeter is locked down. What does that do? That benefits Julius Randle, so he doesn't have to get help out on the perimeter as much and getting cooked. It benefits RJ Barrett so that maybe he can just provide help defense and try to stay in front of his guy so he doesn't have to do more than he's equipped to doing. And it benefits, most importantly, Mitchell Robinson. So Mitchell can stay home and play even better defense in the paint area. So when you come into the paint, he's there. And rather than having to go out and help guard somebody on the perimeter that is about to cook one of your other players. Like, I think that's interesting. We haven't had a chance to see it since the days of Reggie Bullock and Elfrid Payton, when they had, that was the biggest, to me, that's the biggest key with this Knicks team. Those two guys locked down the perimeter. And so guys like Randall and Mitch, they had to just worry about the paint. And they could help out, but that was more of a liberty. They were just like, oh, I'm helping out because I got the ability. You know, my guy's not doing anything. But when you have to do that all the time, I think it changes the makeup of your team. So I'm interested to see. I'm also interested to see, like, if another thing, if you got a Jrue Holiday with the guys that we already mentioned, and they're playing that type of defense on the perimeter, can Mitchell Robinson not only stay back, but can he now get some more defensive rebounds because he doesn't have to leave the paint area? Like, I don't know. You know, I'm just like, there's certain things that is interesting to see how it could play out.
I like that assessment. That's a nice assessment because, yeah, the subtleties, the little things that he brings to the table that we don't see because we haven't seen it. We haven't seen guys with a lockdown defense skills like he does. We haven't seen a guy who's got a handling, you know, and shooting skills like he does next to Brunson, fully developed. I mean, definitely, I think Grimes has it, potential, but we haven't seen it, so we know he'll have this, and that would be an addition that could actually add exponentially to the whole overall team. So that's my thought. I agree with you,
Yeah. And I don't want to get into this because that's a whole nother subject, bro. This is still Knicks fans, man. I'm not going to get into the Dion wars and all that stuff, whether or not he's a good person and all that good stuff. I can't get into that Knicks 100. But what I will tell you is that doesn't change the fact that he has whoever he's coaching believes in what he's saying and does what he asks them to do. Like, they fight for this guy. That's all we're saying. That's all I'm saying. They fight for Dion. So whether or not you like him as a person or think he has the young players and the college's best interest at heart, that's a whole nother story and a whole nother agenda. But what I will say is, like him or not, one thing that Dion has always done is he has backed up his talk and shown the effort. Any man who can play two professional sports at the same time, make it to the playoffs, get on a flight, play one game, get on the flight, get no sleep, go to the other game, be out there. And we're talking about playoff game after game. He did it for a spell, and his teammates understood that he was there. That shows a lot. Like, he's not just in it for himself. That's all I'm saying. That's it. That's all I got.
But I agree as far as on the Jrue Holiday take. It's interesting to see because he brings forth the ability for, like D had talked about, and I'll give him credit because he brought it up, and I was thinking the same thing. Brunson to play off ball. We saw Brunson is pretty much a sniper from the corner three. Imagine parking him in the corner and letting him just operate freely off ball and having Jrue Holiday command because he can run the point. The Bucks did that where they had Jrue Holiday run point guard for him. So, I mean, that's an interesting thing as well when you look at bringing a guy like that in here. I'm just so concerned about the money aspect of it, as far as they'd have to talk to him about what does the extension look like for him? How many years does he want? Because I just don't see us paying a guy like Jrue Holiday $40 million a year for the next 3-4 years, and he's already 33 years old. Also, what do you have to give up? Because I feel like they're gonna want a lot of picks for a guy of that caliber. This is a guy who just made All-Star last year, and he's still in his prime. So I don't see Portland just taking chump change for Holiday. I think they're gonna try to get as much as they can for him. Understandably so, because they just gave up Dame Lillard to get him. So,
well, here's a quick question. Just a quick question to ask you guys. Who's better, Jrue Holiday or Paul George?
I'm taking Paul George, but if we're talking about just availability, then I don't know. It's kind of up in the air. But as a basketball player, definitely Paul George.
Okay. Because, and what do you think, Wiz?
Man, I'm a PG guy. I mean, no matter what, with the injuries, yeah, so I gotta go PG. Man, I love Paul George. I love Paul George. That's a bad boy. That's a bad boy. I just think he brings so much to the table, and I'm willing to do 2-3 years of him just bringing that. I think that's the window Brunson needs to even compete in the East, and I think we can knock anybody off with that combo. I think we can. Just gotta have healthy team.
The issue with Paul George is that he wants an extension, and it's even more risky than giving Holiday that money because Paul George is going to want a max extension at his age with his injury history.
Paul actually saying, "I want the extension if I come." See, Jrue does not say he wants it because he has an option. Jrue made us opt out, where Paul says, "Give me the extension. I'm going to come," and you just say, "Okay, you got it." He will stay. Jrue is. He hasn't. Well, no one's really spoken to him directly yet, but I think Jrue may be like, let's see how the season turns out before I decide to extend. Where Paul will be like, "You gonna give me my money? Yes, okay, I'll be there," and that's a guaranteed. I'll be there if you say to him, "We'll pay you."
Yeah, I mean it's tough. It's tough to say, man, because Jrue's the money that he's making right now. I think the Knicks don't have an issue with that. They'll pay him what he's getting paid, whatever, 36 right now. But going into an extension, that's tricky because it goes back into what we were talking about before. It's like renting a player and giving up assets and not knowing what that player wants to do. And I keep hearing a list of places where Jrue would be interested in going. People have added the Knicks, but I haven't necessarily heard that the Knicks are one of those places. You know what I mean? Like they're throwing the Knicks in the mix. But let's not forget, I don't know what this guy's mindset is. And his brother used to play for the Knicks. Maybe he doesn't feel the Knicks did his brother too well. His brother was actually supposed to come back to the Knicks, and that didn't happen. You don't know how he feels about the Knicks. So it's taking a chance that he comes here and then walks after the year because he didn't want to be here to begin with. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, because that's the thing, Ron. We don't. That's why I'm just so hesitant on it. We don't know what Jrue Holiday's thinking because me personally, if I'm in that mindset and I'm 33 years old, I'm a champion. That brings something to my name when I come to the table of the front office. And also, I know that I'm 33 years old and this is my last opportunity at a contract. So, like Wiz said, he could either bank on himself, play out the year, and just walk, or he could demand that he would like an extension, and whatever team trading for him would just know that they'd have to pay him.
Right. And I mean, maybe we're okay. The other thing is, like, some people might say the age is something that to be concerned about. But you know what? Chris Paul is 38 years old, and he still had a pretty decent season last year. Now, I think at some point, Father Time catches up to you, and we saw that happen 2 years ago in the playoffs for Chris Paul. At that point, you already know he's not the same player. But, I mean, Holiday's 33. So if you could give Holiday an extension of something like 3 years, maybe that's something. I don't know. That whole thing is crazy, man. It really all depends on how good the Knicks look. If bringing in Jrue Holiday to this team and we get to the Eastern Conference Finals, is that enough where you say, hey, we're a better team and we need to continue with this gentleman? I don't know. For some people, that's a green light.
Because I mean, you have fans who are out there, arguably so, that could say, "Hey, the Knicks, they could have won that series against the Heat, and that could have been us." You have people saying that, and that's a fair assessment because it was a close series. I don't feel like we really just got whooped. I mean, there were some instances where we didn't look good, but you have fans that can make the argument that, hey, Randall was playing on one leg. We were still close with them the whole time. Yes, our offense was very stagnant at times, but they feel like they want to run it back with the same roster. So they feel like adding Jrue Holiday without really giving up much, but besides a couple of bench pieces and picks, would probably be a good move for us and would show improvement. I'm kind of hesitant on just making the trade and giving up a young guy for a guy that might not stick around. So, like I said, if they're going to make the move for Holiday, then just go all in and capitalize on this window, because once that window closes, as far as you being able to have Randall on a discount, Brunson on a discount, you're going to have to pay IQ. He's going to make at least 20 mil a year. We're going to get into talks of, still, in my opinion, we haven't filled Obi's void. I know people don't really want to talk about Obi Toppin anymore because he's gone, but I don't think the Knicks addressed the backup four. And I think that's something that they need to address before the season starts. And I don't know if they're going to roll out with Isaiah Roby or what their plan is. I guess they're going to just slide Sims to the backup four.
Well, some people think Nathan Knight is going to win that job.
Yeah, that's not.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, Ron. Okay, and this is me being like very respectful. So respectfully, so I'm gonna say this: Nate Knight is trash. I watched him. The Hawks drafted him.
Wow.
And also last year I watched him in Minnesota, and he was not getting minutes over Luka Garza. And people know, like, Garza was highly touted in college. I mean, then he still hasn't caught on in the NBA. But the T-Wolves were even willing to give him minutes over Nate Knight because Nate Knight is not playable. So unless he's developed, then I guess you could go for it. But if I'm being honest here, the comparison to him and Obi as far as what you're getting in the backup four is not good for us moving forward. Now, I don't know what they're going to expect Nate Knight to do, but me personally, I'm not a fan. But that's just my opinion. He could come here and shock me. So I'm not going to say that, that is not a possibility. We've seen players develop. It doesn't matter how far off into their career, because Nate Knight he's not an old player by any means. So he could definitely improve, but I'm just not a fan of him personally.
Yeah. And that was being respectable, huh? That was with all due
with all due respect. That's why I had to say respectfully, because I'm not going to just, you guys know I'm not going to just trash a player. But me personally, I wasn't a fan of his game when I watched him in Atlanta or Minnesota. So maybe New York is the right team for him. Like we've seen with Hardenstein. He did not really blossom until he got here. Like he's found a great role with this team, and we love him here. So
yeah, I mean, listen, that may all be true. I just thought I gave him a little bit of a pass because of the fact of all those bigs that are in Minnesota. So I was like, well, how can this guy really contribute? And I forgot about Luka Garza. That's another one. Like, dang, stacked over there with these bigs. And Luka Garza never really got to show what he could do. And Luka Garza was one of the top players in the nation in college. So I don't know, man. It's all crazy. Yeah.
I'd give him a break because of his gift. He's gifted, Nathan Knight, but maybe it's not translated. Kind of like Knox and stuff. They have the gift, but they just don't manifest the gift in actual NBA play.
Because Nate Knight, he's shown flashes. Like, I won't say that the guy can't play. Like, he has ability. He's just not consistent at all. Like, he would look like reliable for like the first 10 minutes and then not good the next time he subs into the game. Like, he's just not consistent. Like, he can stretch the floor at times. I feel like he has a decent post-up game. And defensively, he's not like a complete liability, but I just feel like he's not a consistent player.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Can't argue with that. But I guess the only thing that I think Knick fans can look at is point to is like I said, all those players that were there in front of him over there in Minnesota. And the fact that even Atlanta had some good bigs that I think were on the team when he was there. He hasn't gotten more than 8.5 minutes in the last 3 years. And he's only but the most games he's played is 38. So I think people are just thinking like, if you give him a little bit more minutes, maybe he can be somewhat productive. But even if you don't give him more minutes, he fits the amount of minutes that we have available, and we don't have to worry about him complaining because he's not Obi, who deserves more minutes. I guess I think that's all it is.
That's Ron. That's actually how I was going to end off my conversation on that. Was it's actually might be a good fit for him because he fits in the role of playing only 10 minutes a night. We know Tibbs is not going to play this guy 20 minutes a night. So he might actually, because like I said, he's good in burst. So maybe if you do put him in for like 5 to 7 minutes a night, then he does show you some good flashes, because you can't, I just feel like that's a guy you don't want to rely on him to play 20, 30 minutes. Now, God forbid, anything happens to Randall, we're in trouble, because you don't want him. Like, we had an Obi come in and play like full games. I don't think you want to see that out of Nate Knight. However, I think he does play with a good spirit and burst to where he might make a couple plays and then get subbed out of the game. Isn't giving Randall a breather.
I think the Knicks are what some other people have brought up too. I think the Knicks are in a situation where they think they're fortunate, and I think they're what do you call it? Smoking gun? I don't know, whatever. I think what they're banking on is we have Isaiah Hartenstein, right? And because of that, I think Tom Thibodeau wouldn't mind having to use Isaiah Hartenstein as the backup power forward, or if anything happened to Randall, putting Hartenstein at the 4 and then throwing everybody else out there at the center position to help clean up stuff. Because as much as Jericho Sims is not a 4 and he's not a center, but he can do some center type stuff, and he probably fits better at the center than putting him at the 4. Whereas Hartenstein is a little bit more versatile. It looks like he was working on his offensive game a little bit in his offseason too. So, maybe they think that will be the answer. And so they can just plug and play all these other guys interchangeably at the center, or if they need be at some backup power forward minutes. But I kind of think that's what it is. I think if the Knicks get desperate and they really need somebody to spell Randall, and even if Randall's not able to give us the normal minutes he gives us, those high 30+ minutes, I think they're looking at using Hartenstein in that backup role a little bit more. So
yeah, I mean, if like I said, I'll eat all the crow if Nate Knight actually shows that he's worthy of being in the rotation, but that remains to be seen, in my opinion.
But like Double A said earlier, though, my fear is we needed a 20 minutes a game play for the first 20 games to slowly get Randall acclimated back after that injury. I think it's unfair to him to have him play, 35+ minutes in the first 20 games after this injury to recover from. Not just unfair to him, but the risk factor is too high. So that's where even Nathan Knight, if he's going to be good in spurts, 20 minutes is not spurts. 20 minutes is actually a player. And
right.
If you're going to say, if you know that about him, then that means Sam's going to come back and be like, told you so. We'll be like, oh, man. Unless you got to.
Like I said, I'm a Knicks fan at the end of the day, so I hope that he does show some type of flash. But I mean, I can only speak from what I've seen previously in his career.
Yeah. And shout out to Jersey Shore. Appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in. Smash that like button. He says, what is Sims chopped liver? He can play the 4. Yeah, but he can't really. I mean, yes, you can put him at the 4. He's 6'9", so he makes more sense at the 4 anyway. But he don't shoot. And he don't really score like that. And you need scoring from that 4 position in the backup. Like, you just need a threat. You know what I mean? A threat of, you don't have to be a great, you could just do a little turnaround hook shot or something. You need to be able to put up a point here and there, get to the free throw line, maybe knock down 1 or 2 free throw here and there. And if Randall's hurt, then that power forward position, you need somebody who can give you some points, because you're talking about 25 points per game they had from him last year. You need somebody to at least give you 15 of that. Like, if there's no Randall. So that's a tough one. But yeah, I mean, I like Sims. I think he can get better, but I think he needs to really focus on what he does well now and make that even better. But I still think he's in Tibbs' doghouse, but that's my opinion.
That little piece of fish you got.
Where is the boot Parrish Duggar. So Barish, are you serious, bro? Are you being like facetious, sarcastic, or have you not seen Julius Randle work out at all? Because I'm seriously asking. Because if you haven't seen him work out at all, I'll put up a workout video. But like, he's not in no boot. I just don't know if you're joking or not.
Yeah, I think he's got to be trolling. He's got to be.
Yeah,
Parrish has gotta be
I
trolling
think
him.
so.
Oh man, Parrish will be Parrish. But
because Randall's been out. Yeah, Randall's been out the boot.
Yeah, he's been moving around. I see him doing the 2K drills where I've never actually seen somebody actually do that 2K drill where they hit the lights on the thing.
Yeah,
I've never seen somebody do that in real life, but I've actually seen. Oh, so you haven't seen? Okay, hold on then. Let me do my do. Well, let me see what I can do for you, Parrish. I'm not trying to get you all out of sorts here. So first off, let's show this. This is nothing. This is just him talking, but there's a point to this. There's a point. Share screen. Give me a second here. Let me just push this up. Drop that down. All right. So.
Check it out. What this man right here do to me is criminal. Criminal. They should put you in jail. I didn't do anything. They should put you in jail. I missed you. Check it out.
So the reason why I showed that, it doesn't show Randall doing anything. I get it. The reason why I showed that is just because he's dripping. He's sweating over there. Pause. So he's working. He's doing Randall things. Randall doing Randall things. You know what I mean? So that's one. All right. Now let me just show you guys this real quick. Did I lose it? Hopefully it's still here. No, I lost it. Oh no, I think it updated so quickly. Hold on, I got it. All right, hold on. Let's try this again. Let's see. Oh, maybe I gotta go all the way back up to the top. Maybe that's what it is.
Parrish said he looks fat.
What? Come on, Julius Randle never looks fat. Body fat is probably like 2%. It's like 2%, bro.
Parrish, sweet, he's so wrong. Oh, jeez, Parrish. Yes.
Oh man. Sometimes I hate this thing. It's updated so much that now it's all this stuff is jumped in front of what I had it up.
Jersey Shore, by the way, Randall is a mule, but we're talking about recovery from his injury, not because he needs to rest, but to bring him back slowly. So that's my challenge. People who are like, yeah, Randall can play 45 minutes a game, 48 minutes a game. Yes, he can. Randall can play 50 minutes a game, right? But he's recovering from an injury, and every player, no matter who you are, especially small ligament tear type injuries, those things need time to recover, and you should never rush it. I mean, look at what happened to KD. Don't rush those injuries, man. There's no need to. The risk is too great. So, yep, David Smith, that's right. Ankle tears are very serious, so you got to protect the man. So let's not put him through 40-plus minutes a game. Let's get him to acclimate slowly, build up his time and his stamina, and most of the strength of that ankle.
I got it. Okay. I mean, like I said, this is just showing, just a little showing him, not too crazy, but it's just showing him out there doing what he's doing. That's it. Okay. Yeah. See? Look at him jumping. He's not in no boot. He's moving like normal Julius right here. Lifting weights, putting pressure on it, stretching it out. You know what I mean? He looks okay. He's not overly grimacing or anything. He look like Julius Randle to me.
And that's definitely not fat, by the way. That's pretty cut up.
Yep, definitely. In fact, he may look even smaller than he normally does.
That is a tough workout. That side thing. I don't know what he was doing there, bro. He don't look fat to me.
Yeah, he's fine. That's not even. I mean, obviously he's not going to do some hard cuts and stuff, but his movement shows on pace to recover. I've seen a lot of guys with injuries.
He looks fine, bro. He's good to go.
He may be me better this year. Plus, he's watching film now. Oh man, look out! And that's a little sarcasm because he should have been watching film from high school. I can't believe he's just talking about watching film in his 8th, 9th year as an NBA player.
Right. Oh, shout out to Parrish once again. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, "Truth, I like Randall, and I loved his PG interview." Okay, dope. Yeah. I hear you, brother. I hear you.
That would be nice. Randall and PG on the same team. Oh, that would be nice. Oh,
Knicks 100 is a funny guy. He says he never seems to work out that other muscle, huh? The brain. I hear you, brother.
That's just wrong.
Hey guys, I appreciate you guys for having me on. I gotta skip out real quick. I gotta get back to my work for today. So definitely,
I hear you, brother. I'm actually wrapping up.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you, Sam.
Appreciate y'all for letting me on, and everybody in the chat. Peace and blessings, and peace and blessings to everybody on the panel. Y'all have a safe weekend.
Sam, we put together how much money we got together, Rod, so we can hire him as our attorney and call.
Yeah, we might need him.
Yeah. I charge a lot about an hour now, billable. So yeah.
Oh.
All right, Sam. Enjoy the rest of your day, buddy.
Y'all be safe. All right.
You too. Later.
Our retainer going to be big. His retainer going to be huge. We're going to get a Knicks fan discount now. We're going to get a Knicks discount.
Yeah. Shout out to Paris once again. Thank you for the generous super. He said he should have a nice logo shot now. Yeah, maybe. I mean, he's working. I mean, look, he works. I'll give him credit for that.
Paris, but I think that was a little sarcastic because Randy should not take no logo shots.
No, I know. Wiz, any final words, brother?
First, I'm just saying again. I said it before, Ron. You got the bomb show. You just bring it. Everybody's looking forward to it. The 108, people ready to click the like button on that line. We love the show. Appreciate the opportunity to jump on here and be able to chop it up with you. I appreciate the times you actually agree with me. The times you disagree with me, you just obviously don't know what you're talking about. But when you do agree, that means you're a sharp man. I want to cut out the dancing. The opening dance number could go because you need some practice. And I won't sing, you don't dance. That's the deal I want to make with you. And other than that, I'm looking forward to the season, though, man. Again, either way, deal or no deal, Jrue or no Jrue, this team, I like to see what they're going with Dante. And I think, we're gonna have a nice season coming up. I want to see you hit the 3,000 subscribers soon, because people need to know about you. And then we need to go on to 30,000, and then 300,000 like it should be. So thanks so much,
Appreciate you, brother.
Man.
Thank you, Wiz. Yeah. We definitely need to get them subscribers up. It's kind of, calmed down a little bit. We kind of leveled out, but it's okay. Sometimes that happens over time. And, the Knicks need to go out there and play good basketball to get people excited again. And then when people get excited, they come out and support the shows because when the Knicks aren't playing well, obviously people don't want to hear about stuff. So, but we'll see where it goes. I definitely appreciate all the support. Thank you for being here with me, Wiz, today, as well as shout out to everybody who came through. I don't want to leave anybody out. I hope I don't forget anybody, but shout out to Sam Granderson. Shout out to my guy D's World of Hoops. Shout out to Jay Boogie. Shout out to Danny Landis. My guy Double A was in the building.
Hey.
We also had a sighting from Josh, aka Uncle Folio. So it's been a dope show. I hope I didn't miss anybody. If I did, I apologize. But thank you all, and thanks to everybody in the chat who's been here rocking for a lot. Some people have been here since the beginning. So thank you guys, man. I also want to say once again, I always try to say it. Listen, I know we're Knick fans and we like talking about the Knicks, but if you are someone who likes the NBA, please tune in to the NBA wrap up on Thursday nights at 8:30 p.m. on the Nothing But Knicks channel with myself and John, or if I have a special guest host with me. We appreciate that. I know sometimes you don't like to hear too much about teams other than your Knicks. That's okay. But remember, the show is different now. So it's two parts of the show. The first part is the NBA, and we'll cover what's going on. The second part is hip hop, man. With the 50th anniversary of hip hop, we love to delve into that and bring artists on and have them, be able to, show their craft and show what they can do out there. And we'd like to support artists. It's just taking the show in, in a different direction, doing some other things, So please support if you can. 8:30s on Thursday nights for the NBA wrap up on Nothing But Knicks. As I always like to say, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still, Knick fans will be back again, whether it be on Saturdays for Know the Ledge, Thursdays for NBA wrap up, or Monday nights for SKF Weekly with my guy John and Jose. Appreciate you guys. And like I said, I may be able to start doing it this week. I hope to do it this week because of it's the first week of training camp and then the media coverage. So I'm hoping to try to get something going in an audio podcast form on one of the audio podcast platforms. But we'll see what happens. There's just so much going on. I'm trying to dedicate my time to everything, but it's just too much. And I also got Keeping It Ron, which is my R&B podcast where I'm giving my reaction to R&B stuff and hoping to take that in another direction, start doing album reviews and other things with that. So it's just a lot, man. I'm just trying to figure out how to make it all happen. I don't know yet, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, thank you guys once again. It's been a great show. I appreciate y'all. Continue to support and continue to support all the content creators out there. And also, listen, no matter what our differences are, it's not that serious. We're Knick fans. We want to see them do their best. And I think they're going to surprise us this year and have another good year. That's all I can say. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys. Shout out to the chat once again. Thank you guys for being here. Wishing you guys the best. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Do something fun if you can, if the weather treats you right. Or at least go out to get something to eat. Whatever you can, man. And make the best of it. Catch you on the next one. I'm out.
Peace.